Good morning, guys. Sorry for the slight delay. I literally was about to start talking and then my throat decided that it wasn't going to work. And I started coughing. Um and I don't know. It's been so long. I miss you guys. Hi. How's it going? Please let me know what you're up to today. I am hoping to read. I have not Okay, so audiobooks are reading, but my favorite thing is physical, tangible reading, but I love the fact that I can, listen to audiobooks when I work on stuff, but there's so many books I want to physically read, and I just have not had time to sit down and read. I'm, mentally just spent as soon as I lay down at night, so I'm hoping to work on some reading today, and then the more I'm, sitting down and trying to get organized, it's just been chaotic, but I am just, in a really good place right now, which is really nice because I feel like a lot of the times, I'm stressed and overwhelmed, and right now, I'm stressed and overwhelmed in a good way, and I'm just, I don't know, I've been feeling really positive lately, which is not typical of me. I try to be positive, it's just sometimes hard, you know? But yeah, how is everything going? I got book mail. Oh my gosh. Okay. So first off, I want to show off my outfit. I can't believe summer's already over. Part of me is sad, but other part of me I love fall. I love any time from end of summer to Christmas. I love everything about it. I love the changes. I love getting all the seasons and things to be excited about. I think actually having the Dragon Gauntlet, if you guys don't know, if you don't follow me on Instagram and TikTok and all the other places, I got to go to the Dragon Gauntlet at Boyne City, Michigan last weekend and be a vendor. And oh my gosh, it was incredible. I'm working on a video recap. I was going to do a vlog. I for I didn't forget to film, it's just, so much happened, and I don't like filming other people without their consent, but it was just crazy, it was so much fun, and, working up for that, and then now September is gonna be crazy busy, and then you pretty much have, Halloween, and I love Halloween, all of that stuff I'm really excited for, uh, yeah, so anyways, I got to go to the Dragon Gauntlet, and that was just, such a highlight, and then now I'm, getting ready for fall, so I have my Cinderella's pumpkin patch from Once Upon a T-shirt, and then I got these Gus Gus and Jack earrings, for, Cinderella-y from okay, I'm gonna butcher the name, Femme de Bloom? I think that's how you say it, uh got so much stuff, loved it. And then I decided since my event went so well, there has been a Loungefly bag I have wanted, I think for a year now. So since I surpassed goals for my vendor event, I got this Loungefly. And it's a purse, it's a crossbody bag. So it's a pumpkin, right? But it's also the carriage. So, I got this. So I'm like, "I need to, dress up, fit the theme." Another thing that I absolutely love about it is that I wasn't expecting it to be, this thick. It can fit. I have my only other Cinderella Loungefly, strictly Cinderella. Um, this is the only Cinderella bag I have. I have, the princess books. I also have, the princess sidekicks on stuff, but I have this wristlet that April from 'Tis So Sweet made with the mice on it, and it can fit in this bag. It makes me so happy, and then it matches my earrings. Okay, that was just I don't know. I'm just full fandom mode right now. So happy. Love this bag. I'm obsessed. But also I've been getting book mail in. I got the Tales of Starlight Book Club book in, Trial of the Sun Queen. I'm really excited for this one. I read like more about the back and a little bit of like the dedication and the triggers and stuff like that. And I'm excited. Also, I got this the day it came out, is Apprentice to the Villain, which is the second to the Assistant to the Villain. And no, I have not finished it. It's been one that's been on my TBR to try to get done. I just, with book club picks and all of that. And then I also got Wisteria, and I have not finished Foxglove yet. But I'm so close to finishing. So close. So that's what I want to do today is I am in the middle of so many books and I want to finish them. We'll see. We'll see how much I get done because I have custom orders I'm still working on. I still need to finish listing some of my stuff that's left over from the Dragon Gauntlet. There's still a lot. I sold so much, which is crazy. I was so forever grateful, but I am also, I don't know. I just feel like I needed to kind of like chill this week, but then there's also like no time to chill. And I also started Assassin's Blade, which I understand why people read this first now. I'm just started it. I would like to get a little bit farther in this. I'm in okay, so this is all the books. I'm going to list them. I'm reading The Assassin's Blade. I'm also reading Leather and Lark. I'm over halfway in Leather and Lark, which is the second to Butcher and Blackbird. I'm almost done with Foxglove. I'm halfway through Assistant to the Villain, and then I'm about halfway through to Twisted Crowns. And this is so unlike me. It's driving me insane. So I'm hoping to progress and like sit down with you guys, hang out, and actually get some reading of these physical books done because I am just like book clubs will happen and then all of a sudden I'll get like the audio and then I'll lose the audio. It's just been so chaotic with prepping for the Dragon Gauntlet. And I'm 110% glad I prepped so much. This is the first time this company ever did anything like this. And it's the first time I ever vended at something like this. So I had no idea what to expect. So I did a lot and I can't wait to recap all of it because oh my gosh, I can't stop thinking about it. I'm kind of in like that like lull afterwards too. But yeah, let me know what you guys are up to too. Have you gotten any new books lately or any new fun fandom things? It was so nice. I haven't bought a Loungefly. Well, I got my mini cowgirl, I think in May. And that was the last Loungefly I got in a really long time, which it's so funny because like 2, 3 years ago, I didn't have a single Loungefly, and I'm like, "Eh, whatever." Like, I don't get it, and then one of my friends for my birthday bought me a Loungefly, and now it's an addiction. Hello, April. Yes, so April made this. Isn't it so cute? And look at the little Mickey zipper pull. It matches my earrings so good, and, like, this and my bag, and I love it. I love it, I love it, and I've had this wallet since last year. Is that already time is just, like I know I talk about this a lot, and then I feel like I'm, like, beating a dead horse with that saying is awful. But then I feel bad because I just, like, bring it up all the time how, like, time is going by so fast, but literally, I feel like I haven't crafted for the fun of crafting since May, which is insane because now it's about to be September. I'm just not ready. Hey, Beth, how are you? This weekend was my brother's wedding and was a whirlwind, so today is a chill day. I have 70 pages left in Assassin's Blade. April and I have been trying to like buddy read stuff, and it's just like either her schedule gets crazy or mine gets crazy, and at least we're both reading the same book right now, but I'm like 70 pages in. Not even. I am 69 pages in. So I'm hoping to get to like a next chunk of it, and then I want to finish Foxglove, because I'm so excited for Wisteria. And then I want to read Assistant to the Villain, which my husband Matt is listening to Assistant to the Villain. Um, And I don't know, I was surprised that he decided to listen to that one because 'cause I'm like, "I don't know if you really like that." He's also reading Gothic I don't know how to say it, but, he started that one too. He has been such a little reader, and he loved the Dragon Gauntlet. That made me so excited. I have so much stuff to do around the house. We need some work done in part of the basement where we store all the big stuff. Oh, yeah, basements are hard. I know I need to like I need to deep organize everything. And honestly, this week was gorgeous in Michigan with the weather. It's been cooler, like 60s and 70s, and I neglected my garden for the last couple weeks with the Dragon Gauntlet. So I was doing a lot of that stuff. I was cleaning the house, like trying to reset. I was attempting to clean my craft rooms, but then it's so hard. It's so hard to really like deep clean stuff, especially when you need stuff, so I totally feel that. Now I'm like, I need to go through all my holiday stuff in my basement. Hi, Wendy, good morning. I hope you're feeling better. I know you said you had to go to the ER. I hope you're feeling much better today and you're hydrating. Oh my gosh, that's adorable. Yes, and I only saw this ever on Amazon. I'm obsessed with it. I love shape bags, like, when you can really get, like, the full shape, like, I have Hedwig with a Hogwarts letter, I have my mini cowgirl, I have, like, Aurora and her castle, I have the Squirt, oh my gosh, my Squirt bag is one of my favorite. That was one that I actually paid full price for because I normally do not because these bags are expensive. But this is on sale on Amazon. Oh, I should link it if you guys are interested. This was, like, $55, which is pretty cheap for, Loungefly. I think because it's hard to tell, but there's these sparkles and they're glittery. I kinda wanna bling it because I can. But I just love that it's, like, both. Ugh, I love it. That and ooh, I don't know if you can kinda see, I have my Cinderella carriage Scentsy wax melt, and I love carriages. Carriages, castles, carousels, and crowns are, like, my 3 favorite things. Also, this is my tiara that I wore for the Dragon Gauntlet, and I got so many compliments on it. People thought I made it, which I was like, "No, no, I got it from TikTok," but I felt so powerful. I love it. I have so many tiaras that I got off of TikTok. You can get them on Amazon too, but TikTok has deals. I love it. I have so much stuff. My fandom has gotten crazy. Ah, the purse is so cute, and the wristlet is so cute. I love it all so much. Thank you. I just had to show it off. I haven't bought a Loungefly in a really long time. Yes. Oh, yeah, and congratulations, like oh my god, sorry. I am, like, have no manners. My, like, social I can't even talk. Socially, I just feel like my brain is, like, on the fritz lately. Um, Thank you, Beth. It was beautiful but hot. It was a beach wedding in Florida. But that's so amazing. At least it's at the beach, so it's not, like, in the middle inland where it's, like, crazy hot. Was the weather okay? Because I heard, the Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween party last night got rained out, but Florida's so long, and I know that the rain can come and go in a heartbeat. Oof, I can feel that heat. It is starting to heat back up in Michigan, which I have actual pumpkins growing, and I don't know. So normally I can't grow a lot of like vegetables or really anything because the deer will eat them. However, I grew pumpkins this year and where I planted them, the soil is really like hard and clay like. It's clay. And they're just not doing well. And I don't know if it's from the heat or if they just like the soil is too hard. And they keep like growing, but anytime they, like, bloom flowers, literally, like, 2 days later, they're dead. And I know, like, the bees will come and pollinate the flowers, and then they turn into pumpkins, but I'm talking, like, all the leaves and everything are wilting and, like, dying off. So, I don't know if it's from the heat, which now we are supposed to be back up in the 90s by, like, next week, which I'm not excited for, or if it's just, like, the ground is too hard and the roots can't really, like, dig deep. I don't know. But I'm trying to grow pumpkins, and at this rate, I'm not gonna have any because none of them are even starting to grow yet. I got my copy of Trial of the Sun Queen yesterday. I'm currently reading Second Crowns of Nyaxia books, Ashes and the Star-Cursed King. Ugh, okay, this is my problem too. Almost all the books on my TBR, I have physical copies of them, and I want to sit down, especially fantasy. I love, like, physically seeing words on the page, and because I haven't been able to sit down and read, I have not been getting to all my fantasy books. I also wanted to get to Glow of the Everflame and Heat of the Everflame, and I read, um, the first Crowns of Nyaxia book, like, the spring of last year, and it has been one of my number 1 books I wanted to get to because I read, Six Scorched Roses a couple months ago, which is just an, novella, but it's so good. I love, Carissa Broadbent, like, I love is that her last name? I think I said that correctly. I'm obsessed with her, and my book is on my TBR cart because I wanna read it, and I'm just so excited to read, and you all are like, "Yeah, if you stop talking, we could read." I haven't seen you guys in forever, and I was hoping after this event that come September, I would do more sprints, and I still have plans to do more sprints, however, I'll probably be on other friends' channels. They're not gonna be on Saturdays because literally almost every Saturday in September, I am booked. So, which lots of new things are gonna be announced very soon, and I cannot wait. Hi, Kate. First time on your channel. Thank you for joining. I'll be reading Homicide and Halo about halfway through and enjoying the summer cozy mystery. See, okay, I'm glad that there's still people like enjoying summer. I have one more summer craft I want to do. I wanted to do it 4th of July, and here we are, end of August. And I plan on doing that this next week. And then as for summer books, I wanted to read Happy Place. There are so many like summer reads I want to do, and I just don't know if they're going to happen. So I'll either have to read them out of season or wait again till next year. We'll have to see. When I finish Assassin's Blade, I'm starting Belladonna. I can't wait. I love Belladonna. I'm going to hopefully be reading Foxglove, and if I can finish it today, that'd be awesome. But I love this series so much, and I'm so excited that the 3rd one finally came out. Also, I need to reorganize my bookshelf, and I know a lot of my friends are currently also reorganizing their bookshelves. So I don't maybe it's just this time of year, or I don't know, we just all have so many books. I have been so good about not buying books, and yet I need to reorganize. Plus, I have my lounge flies on my bookshelf. I just need more space. I can't get rid of anything. No, I'm sure I could get rid of some books, but honestly, I like most of my books. I'm still fighting a fever on and off. Oh gosh, Wendy. It's super weird. My only symptoms is fever and a headache. COVID and flu tests were both negative. Blood work was fine. My heart rate was elevated, so I got IV fluids. Dang, girl. The ER said probably some weird virus going around. Yay. That was one thing I was really worried with the Dragon Gauntlet. I was going to get sick because just when you have so many people, I mean, there were people from Missouri, Arizona, where else? Texas. The vendor next to me, her friend came from Texas to help her out. Like when you have people all over coming and mixing and intermingling who also have been traveling and intermixing with people, I was like, I'm going to get sick. And I didn't. And so I was very happy about that. That was like one thing that actually didn't happen that I expected in the best way. But I hope you feel better soon, Wendy, because that sounds awful, especially when there's like nothing they can do. Hi, Missy, how are you? Ew, 90s gross. I'm ready for fall weather. I I love fall weather, but I also enjoy sunshine, and that's the only time that I get sad is, like, going into winter knowing that we're getting less sunlight, but I do like fall weather. I don't like it when it's in the 90s. I prefer, like, 60s, 70s. Also, my garden is, like, popping right now. I need to do an updated video. I was so bad about that this year, but I need to get on it. I finally started Fourth Wing last night. Oh my gosh, I hope you love it. It's also so I was thinking, like, once I was done with the Dragon Gauntlet, I was gonna be like, "Oh, if my little heart was gonna be filled with all my Fourth Wing stuff." No, now it's like I'm even more obsessed, and I have to wait until January until the 3rd one comes out. Oh my gosh, but also I'm making all my friends read it right now too that have it, and they're all, like, suffering with me. So, I hope you love it, Missy. Hello. Hi, thanks for joining. I Is your name Jess? I'm planning on finishing Harrow the Ninth and starting the Grace year. Oh, that's awesome. I'm hoping to finish some books today. We'll see how that goes. Pumpkins are tough. I've never had luck with them, and we have good soil. Okay, but here's the thing that drives me crazy. So, 2 years ago, we had pumpkins, and Matt just put them by this like, by our garage, by the side of the house, and then he forgot about them, and then they decomposed next to the house, and then last fall, we had pumpkins growing. And I refused to let Matt cut them down, and we actually had like, they were pretty small, had pumpkins grow, which now I'm wondering if they're not getting enough water because they were right next to an eaves trough or, like, the downspout, and, now I'm kinda wondering if they're not getting enough water. I don't know. But we'll see. I mean, so they keep growing, but it's like anything that's mature that it actually has like flowers, the flowers die, the leaves die, but then it just keeps growing. So I'm letting it grow by my fence line where there's a little bit more shade and there's some mulch there, so maybe it can like hold on to that soil a little bit better. I don't know. I have Foxglove. I need to get Belladonna. I didn't realize I bought the 2nd book in this series, not the 1st. Yeah, and you won't understand anything if you don't read Belladonna first, but, I'm glad you have it. I think you'll really like the vibes of Belladonna. It's very haunting, and I don't know, I love the aesthetic and the ambiance of it. Amy Marie, hello. Working on editing a video. Thanks for these sprints, Sam. Yeah, it's been such a long time. I think the last time I did them was for my book club last month. It's just been crazy busy, which normally I have nothing to do on Saturdays. And then now it's the complete opposite, which I don't know if I'll do sprints next Saturday. It is Labor Day weekend, and I don't know if people are gonna be home, if they're not. My husband actually gets the whole weekend off, which is very rare for him, this time of year. Also, that's normally why I sprint a ton in the summer is because Matt's working, but I was, like, nonstop working and resining, and then I have to do sprints in my other room, which is fine. It's just that this is my comfy chair, this is my reading chair, this is, like, the place I like to snuggle up and read. And I wasn't able to read here or, like, sit down, period. My garden is doing great, a little neglected at the moment. All my sunflowers are dead and sad. My sunflowers are just blooming. I planted them super late because I prefer my sunflowers, like, now. To me, sunflowers are, like, the August to September flower. They're that good transition to fall flower. Uh, that and I just kept putting off planting them because the deer normally eat them, so I tried a new spot this year and the deer have not ate them, knock on wood, because they still could, but they haven't yet, so I was really happy. Next year, I'm hoping to, like, stagger them, like, plant some really early, wait a couple weeks or a month, plant some more, but honestly, like I said, time just went by so fast. I feel like I'm behind on everything. Hey Laura, I'm finishing a Dawn of Onyx today. Ooh, are you reading that with Fantasy Fangirls? I noticed that 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 they were reading that for their Patreon book club, which we read that for Tales of Starlight book club a couple months ago. I read Promise of Peridot, however you say it. So yeah, I loved A Dawn of Onyx. I hope you are too. I also love the Fantasy Fangirls. I'm pretty sure that's why you're reading it. Uh, I got to meet Fantasy Fangirls, Lexi and Nicole. They're the sweetest people and so like caring. And oh my gosh, I can't wait to like update you guys on getting to meet them. It's 56 and raining here in Seattle area if you're tired of summer. Yeah, I was not tired of summer, and all of a sudden we were in like the 50s and 60s this past week, and it was really nice, but a little chilly in the morning. Like it was in the 40s for a little bit, and I was like, it's a little too cold. It actually killed some of my flowers, I think, because it was just such a huge change. That's how I grew pumpkins for the first time too, but it was one plant that only produced male flowers. Oh. I forget about that too, like, you need to have all the flowers for that to happen. Hannah, I'm so glad your event went well. I missed your sprints. I know, and, like, I feel like I haven't been on YouTube at all. I haven't been able to watch people's videos. I feel so behind. Um, but now I'm trying to get back into it. This week was kind of a, "Okay, let's just get things done that I neglected," and now hopefully I will be back for a little bit more. Just filmed my fall TBR, so now I'm in the fall mood. Yeah, I feel that. I'm definitely getting more excited for it. I also signed up to do a fall vendors market in September, so that means I wasn't going to actually like make a ton of stuff for it, but now I'm like, let's make a bunch of stuff for it. Like I said, I have one more summer craft I want to do just so I have it done for like next summer. And then after that, I plan on doing a bunch of fall stuff because I'm definitely getting in that mood. Even though I am going to be sad about the sunlight, I do like my sun. So apparently trimming the vines back is super important. Once they get a male flower close the main vine, you should trim it back so it can focus on growing the pumpkin and not the vine. Oh, now I'm gonna have to research this. How did it work so well when I did it? Isn't that how it goes? When you don't care, plants just go wild, and then when you do care, they're like every little thing kills them. I swear. That's how my roses were this year. Well, rose. I have a single rose bush that was already planted when I got my house, and it's like the more I've been like focusing on it, the more it's been dying. And I'm like, I just need to leave it alone because it was doing so much better when I neglected it. And then I ignored it for a couple months. I'm sorry if you can hear my stomach. I'm hungry. I forgot to eat again before this, so I'll have to get a snack. Um, but my rose, I with this event, 3 weeks, I just, like, didn't even look at it, and now it's got 3 new blooms on it, so go figure. I think I planted my sunflowers too early. I should have planted more to have blooms longer next year. Yeah, I know, like, it's so exciting because you can plant them when you plant everything else, but some of the varieties bloom really, really quick because I planted they were called strawberry blonde sunflowers for my wedding, and my wedding was in September, almost 4 years ago, guys. Oh my gosh. And I remember I wanted to plant them, like plant the seeds as right in the spring. And then I was like, oh my gosh, some of these only take like 60 to 75 days to bloom. So then I had to like patiently wait and then make sure I didn't miss the date because then I was worried I you know, they wouldn't bloom in time. So then I started like within a week, staggered some and was able to get them. But now you know, that's like the thing that kind of stinks with gardening sometimes is you have to wait a full year, especially where we are in Michigan until the next growing season. It just lined up that way. It was finally available from the library. Oh, but that's perfect. I mean, I loved A Dawn of Onyx. I was not a fan of the second one, but that doesn't mean I'm giving up on it yet. I really did love the first one. I am not a gardener. I have 2 rose bushes I do nothing with, and they're always so full. Go figure. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. This is my first year growing zinnias and cosmos, though, and they are I will forever grow them. I know people always say, like, they're easy to grow, they're really pretty, all that. Yeah, they are, and I'm obsessed. And I've been drying flowers, and this is, like, my favorite time of the year for my garden because everything is blooming. I was so mad I didn't see, like, any monarch butterflies for, like, weeks. I know that August is typically when we see them in my area, but I didn't see any of them. But it was so extremely hot this summer, and then it, like, just dropped and was so cold, and I was like, "Maybe they're already gone." And so then I was, like, telling Matt, like, "I'm just bummed I didn't get to see a lot of monarchs," and then the last couple days, they're all over. I have, like, I'll see 4 or 5 at a time, and I love it. It makes me so happy because my butterfly bush is growing like crazy. Danny, how's it going? Getting ready to film and edit a couple videos. That's so exciting. Yes, I'm hoping to film more too. I'm hoping to be more consistent. I know I say this all the time, but I fail. And then I'm like, people don't care. And then I'm like, people aren't going to care if you don't get it done. People will care when you do get it done. So I've also been like working on a lot of like things in therapy and trying to get stuff like over my mental roadblocks. And I don't know. I just, like I said, I've been feeling so much better. Like, I feel like there's like a just big weight off my shoulders. I tried something new and it went well, which has been a nice change. And I've just been in a great mood. But so even though like life has still been crazy, like family wise and like personal stuff, there's just still been like a lot of things that it's like, can we just catch a break, please, with some scary things happening? But I just feel like I can process everything better, and that is huge. But I'm excited to see your videos, Danny. I need to go through this like tomorrow and go through like watch later list because I have not watched any YouTube videos in a long time and I miss supporting you guys. Hi Kendall, I'm planning on reading as much as possible today, so I'm glad you're doing these. Yes, I need to read so much and stop talking. It's been so long. I missed you guys, but I missed reading. Oh my gosh. Just sitting down and being able to read. Today is a good day for it. Next year I want to grow zinnias. They are so pretty. My black-eyed Susans have gone crazy and gotten huge. I've never grown them before. So I grew my black-eyed Susans, but I planted them way late, and now I'm worried they're not gonna bloom in time. And that makes me sad because I grew them last year or the year before, and they're so pretty. Um, I just like, I don't know, like I got my dahlias in and then I was exhausted and then I didn't get anything else planted um for a while. And so everything was kind of late, but I definitely recommend zinnias. There's so many different kinds too. I get my seeds from Johnny Seeds and they're affordable and they have so many pretty ones. I really need to do an update on my garden. You guys are going to be like, "Oh my, I have dahlias that are higher than my head, and even my one cosmos comes up to like my nose." And I'm so happy. I love it so much. My miniature rose bushes were like gone and now suddenly thriving. It's the weirdest thing. Hmm. Roses are the most temperamental thing. I have no idea. I was gonna say it could have been the heat or the rain or and then really I have no idea because that's how my one bush looked awful. It like bloomed a ton in the beginning and then just looked sad for like 2 months, and then now it's got a bunch of blooms on it. So I don't know. I don't do well with decorative gardening, flowers, bushes, trees. I usually do well with food gardening, hoping to actually have a garden next year. Okay, say I'm the opposite only because we don't have a tall enough fence to keep the deer out. But this year we did strawberries in containers on our porch, and then my husband did peppers in I have this cart I got off of Amazon that has wheels and stuff, and we have it by our garage, and if anything was trying to, like, eat them, we could then, like, wheel it into the garage, but thankfully that hasn't happened because I literally have deer that will come up and eat out of my containers on my porch. So I was worried about strawberries, I was worried about all that, so we put them in things that we could easily move and put inside if we needed to, and thankfully, we didn't have to because 'cause they've been, like, staying away from that particular part of our house, but I really would like to build, like, a 10-foot fence and have, like, a vegetable garden, and I would love that, but I just don't know if financially we're gonna be able to do that anytime soon. So that's why I'm like, I'll grow flowers. I'm such I'm such a lane from, A Court of Thorns and Roses. I'm obsessed with my dahlias. I want to grow more next year. Oh, they're addicting. I have so many. Just wait till you have to dig them up, wash them, and store them though, because they're all fun and dandy till you live where it's cold and you have to put them away. How long do you plan on sprinting today? That is a great question. I do have a couple custom orders I have to work on, which involves resining, but I can do that later. A lot depends on how long my husband plans on sprinting. I know, and if I've already literally talked for almost 40 minutes. But I'm hoping until like at least 3 p.m. Eastern. So at least like 3, 4 hours ish. I really wanna do, like, an all-day sprint, but I also, like, trying to tell my brain that I can sit that long is hard for me. So, I don't know. I'm hoping for at least, like, 3, 4 hours if I stop talking. I think you just have to write them off as dead, and then roses are like, "Hey, what about me?" For reals. You just have to, like, be like, "Nah, I don't care if you bloom anymore," and then they're like, "Ah, watch me, I'll be a showstopper." Cayenne pepper spray can help with herbivores that make unwanted visits. That's what my pop used in his garden on the farm. I didn't know they made a spray. I've heard about like using like pepper and stuff. I also what I did do because during COVID my husband got a ton of Irish Spring soap is I cut a bunch of that up and I put it around my sunflowers and it's also they say help with mosquitoes, and I did notice it helped with mosquitoes and the deer never touched it, but then I wasn't seeing butterflies in that area either, but I don't know if that was just, like, a coincidence because the weather's been weird. I don't know, but I have heard about the cayenne pepper. I didn't like I said, I didn't know it was a spray. Also, I heard it helps, like, keep cats out because my neighbor has a ton of outdoor cats. Like, I'm talking, like, 8 plus cats, and I'm pretty sure I heard kittens, which last year one had kittens under our shed, and then they came into our yard, my neighbor, and then took them to their house, without permission, which I won't go any more into that, but they have, like, so many cats, and they killed a baby blue jay that was in our yard, and I'm like, "I need to find something to keep the cats out of our yard because I love cats." But what our neighbor does is not they don't spay and neuter them, they don't get them vaccinated. They're, like, causing a problem instead of, like, coming up with, like, a good solution for the cat infestation we have in our town, but I also would like to put out bird feeders and everything, and I'm worried that all my birds are gonna get killed by cats. So, I'm really hoping that would help with that too. Also, speaking of cats, I miss having a cat. It's been so incredibly hard not having a cat anymore. And my cat was the best. Mary Jane was just, oh my gosh, she was literally the best cat ever. And I've been wanting a cat so bad, and Matt doesn't want to get a cat yet. And we're also nervous because, cats, not all cats could be as good as Mary Jane. And I don't know, but I've been wanting a cat. I told, he's like, "What do you want for your birthday?" I'm like, "A cat. I want a cat." And he's like, "Maybe for Christmas." I'm like, "No, I want one for my birthday. I want one for October. I want one." Ugh, I just miss having a cat. But I also don't know if we'd want to get a kitten or rescue an older cat. There was also one in a nearby town that someone had to get rid of because of family allergies, and it looked like Mrs. Norris, like Filch's cat from Harry Potter, and I was like, "I want her." And Matt was like, "We don't need a cat." And I want a cat right now so bad. Also, part of me is like, maybe if my neighbors do have kittens, when the time comes, I'll just snag a cat. Is that bad? I probably should ask for permission, but I want a cat so bad. Awesome. Thanks, Danny. He made the spray himself. I can ask my mom what it is and send it to you on Instagram. Please do. That's so inventive because yeah, I've heard about just putting um pepper out there, but doing a spray would be really, really cool. Don't push Matt. I push myself, and don't get me wrong, I adore cats, but I kind of wish we had waited until this year. Well, okay, and I agree, both people should want cats, but also, Mary Jane was more my cat. She loved Matt, absolutely adored Matt, and we both but the first time I met her, because it used to be Matt's mom's cat, the first time I met her when we were gonna take her with us, she sat on my lap and would not leave. Like, instantly, she was just, bonded to me, and I'm home all day, especially right now, by myself. I have my doggos, but Graham is Matt's dog. He was my dog. I had him before I met Matt, then he's Matt's dog. It was, the opposite, with Mary Jane, I met Mary Jane for, after everybody else, but she was my cat. I had Graham, and Graham is now Matt's dog, and then Branson is, everybody's dog. He loves everybody, and I love my boys, but except for yesterday, Graham was really clingy to me yesterday, but I used to let Mary Jane in my craft room. I used to let her, come hang out with me. That's the part that Matt was like, "I don't want a cat right now," and I'm like, "But you're not home all day." Mary Jane was my buddy. She would sleep in bed with me after Matt left, and but I also am, scared about getting a cat that isn't as good as Mary Jane, and I know you can't compare to, so that's why I'm like, my birthday is in October. That's still a couple months away, you know? I mean, they didn't ask you permission. I know, that's how I feel, and they're also not addressing the issue of fixing their cats so that there's not a plethora of wild cats. Um, that's the part that, makes me mad. I don't care if you guys feed them and, let them in your house in the winter, but you need to be spaying and neutering them and then vaccinating them because the cats get gross around here and they get beat up and then they make a bunch of babies and we don't need more. But okay, I am so sorry. Y'all are here for the chats anyway. Let's be real. But yeah, let's get started with our first sprint. Let's go for 45 minutes, so it'll be the 30 mark. I'll have a timer. Uh and let's get some reading done. We have a cat problem here too. Our neighbor had a ton of them and he passed away. Oh. And indoor outdoor cats, well, and these are 90% outdoor and then like they only let them in their back porch in the winter and they literally do not they just feed them and feed them and feed them. And we used to have chickens in our backyard in a coop and we told our neighbor "Oh yeah, if you want to give them scraps or whatever, you can." And then eventually they were feeding our chickens so much junk that we were having an infestation of mice. Um, and then their cats were coming over to our house all the time, which was fine, but then they were having kittens under our shed, and then they're killing, like, all of these birds, and if you guys didn't know that indoor-outdoor cats, like, semi-domesticated cats are the number 1 killer of birds, and I love birds, especially mourning doves, and mourning doves are ground feeders, and they're most likely to be killed by cats, and these cats don't need food, but they do it purely for fun. And there's just too many. They literally have, like, over 8 cats. It's crazy. Um, and they don't take care of them properly, and it makes me frustrated. It's really sad and animal control won't do anything. Yes, and I am thankful that our animal control even has a cat unit because I'm in a pretty rural area, and a lot of times they don't do anything for cats, because they can't. They just the amount of, um, wild feral cats is just so hard to take care of, and I don't remember the stats anymore, but, like, 1 unspayed female and 1 unneutered male, the amount of offspring they can create in their lifetime is crazy, and it's just diseases spread, they get sick, most of them die, horrible deaths, and that is not something I don't want to, like, add to that. I want to help the problem. These are 90% outdoors too. He let a few of them in at times, but most are outside and don't look healthy. They keep having kittens. It's bad. Yeah, that's pretty much what's happening here. And it's like if you feed them, you are now taking accountability that you need to get them spayed and neutered. They in our area, they have programs where if you trap them, you can get like discounted spay and neuter. And I think that's awesome. If you're gonna do that, like that is the way to do it. Like, because then you can have all the cats you want. Just make sure they're spayed and neutered, and then get them vaccines if you can. Because some of them I know, like, you can't, like, pick up and touch, and that's really hard, but at least getting them spayed and neutered so they're not continuing this problem. They told our neighbors to become a rescue herself when she called. That's, like, 70 years she's, like, 70 years old, and there's probably 30 cats. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's a lot. I just I grew up on a farm. We had wild barn cats. We did not spay them and all of that, but now it's a lot easier. It's not necessarily affordable. In our area, there are, like, programs that are affordable, or I know vets will even do it for free at certain times of the year to help with it, and I just think now that we have, this kind of stuff, a lot of people are also willing to help do that because they don't wanna see the animals reproducing more and then having unhealthy lives. I think we can do better, you know? I think the smartest thing is cropping one ear of the cats that have been fixed. This has been a real blessing for everyone. Is that so that you know that I've never heard of this. Is that so you know that they're fixed from, like, far away? Because I've never heard of that. The one thing cool about some of the cats they do have is they're minxes, so they don't have tails, and that's why, like, the minx mama was actually she was the mom of the kittens, and so half the kittens, either had really short tails or, like, stubby tails, and I really wanted one. If I could have a dream cat, though, I want a rag doll, but then I think of all the cats in the shelter, so I'm like, "Do I need a rag doll? No, but I would like to have one in my lifetime." But my husband's like, "No, we're not getting one right now." Which I respect. I just want cats. I want a cat. I'm a cat lady. I need cats. Just one. Mary Jane only wanted one. Oh, sorry. Uh, yeah, I feel bad for them, but I try to deter them from my yard because one, they use my garden as a litter box. Oh my gosh, this too. Before I had my dahlias planted and they were coming up, I literally was digging and I thankfully I had gloves on, but I grabbed a big thing of cat poop and it was gross. I grew up on a farm and like animal feces doesn't bother me, but I was just like, this is not ideal. and my dogs do not like them. Oh, no. My dogs uh, my dogs were used to Mary Jane, so they were fine. Um, I just I would like them if they're friendlier. Yeah, the removal of the ear tip, which shows they are fixed. That's smart. Hey, Christina, how's it going? Yeah, remember to hydrate and thank you so much. I don't even know where I put my drink. I do need to hydrate. And Wendy, you definitely need to hydrate. But okay, I'm so sorry. We are going to start our first spray. We'll go. Oh gosh, now if I would have just stopped, I would have been able to figure out time so much more. My dogs have gotten 2 cats and 2 skunks over the years. We had a skunk in our chicken coop the one time, and it scared the bejeebus out of me. Um, but I want a pet skunk so bad. I would also get a pet skunk versus getting a pet cat if that was an option. It's probably not, but actually one of the local shelters had a skunk for adoption. You have to get like a DNR permit. Uh, but I would totally do that. So my son told me he's going to read his own book, Goddess by Josephine Angelini. So I am thinking about reading the cozy for discussion tomorrow, War and Peach. Oh, that's fun. I am still trying to like learn to like cozies. I found I like listening to cozies. I don't like physically reading them, which is good. They are so cute. I know. I want a skunk so bad. I also want a possum, but one year I would like eventually I'd like to get horses, not here. Matt and I eventually have to move so I can have my little farm. And you can't have possums and horses because possums carry diseases that kill horses. So, I would go with the skunk. Oops, sorry. We have a small black and white beagle, and he thinks he's a small black and white animals are his friends. They don't agree. Oh no. He's like, my brother. A skunk adopted us. You can come pick it up. I seriously, that is my so Matt used to work at a dairy farm next to a dairy farm I worked at, and they had a skunk, and her name was Stinkerbell. Or yeah, Stinkerbell. And Matt got to hold her, and Matt got to, like, be with her, and I still, to this day, am so jealous that he got to meet her because I never did. Um, I'll be listening to it too. Oh, that's good to know. I have found, like, with cozies, I'm a better listener. I'm going to eat and get some ice water to drink, definitely need to hydrate. Yes, if you have electrolytes too, definitely do that. I love liquid IV. That is, like, my go-to with migraines now. Oh my god, Tinkerbell, that's the cutest thing ever. I want a skunk. They're like a mixture between a cat and a dog, and then they hibernate a lot, and they're really, like, chill a good chunk of the year, and I want them. Skunks hibernate. Our dog went out and woke it up. He got sprayed in the middle of winter. Oh, no. That is not fun. My home was in a new complex, and a very angry skunk would come through and spray our air conditioning compressors. Oh no. We developed a skunk alert tree, and everyone turned their AC off. Oh, yeah. And the skunk that we had was getting in and eating our eggs. He was leaving the chickens alone, but he was eating the eggs. And all I could think of is my dogs are going to get sprayed. And I don't know, so, like, we have a fence around our whole yard, and it's actually prevented us from getting, like, coyotes and a bunch of different animals in our yard, but every now and then, they do come in, and then they can't get out, but I can't remember because what else did we have? We had something stuck in our yard, and it couldn't get out, and we had to, like, open the gate. Was that the skunk? I think that's because we opened the gate one night and then we're like, "Sorry, neighbors. You guys are on your own now." Giving him a bath that time of the year was special. We had to keep him inside for so long so he would not freeze. Oh, yeah, that'd be so hard. That is so bad. Yeah, they're not fun smelling, I know, but they eat a lot of, like and that's they eat Well, skunks eat a little bit of everything, but, like, possums are so good for eating ticks and bugs and all that, and that's why I like keeping them around, but I also had a possum at my old house come and just, like, kill a bunch of my chickens, and that was really hard, and it was a big possum. And raccoons, we had a bunch of raccoons there too. We don't have a ton at my current location, but okay, guys, we are now gonna do a shorter sprint. I'm gonna zip my lips. We're gonna go to the half-hour mark, and we're gonna get started on our first sprint because I need to get into reading. We're gonna read now, guys. See you in a bit. Welcome back. I know that was pretty short. And sorry if you can hear my neighbor's lawnmower. I never know like how much sound picks up. Anyways, how did everybody do? I got a section of Assassin's Blade read, and then I got a chapter read of Foxglove. I only have 81 pages left, so I'm really, really hoping to finish these on sprints. I don't have the audio, and it's been a couple weeks since I read this, so it took me a little bit longer to read that chapter to remember everything and like get back into it, but I feel like I'm good now. So hopefully I can read pretty quick, but I haven't sat down to read in so long. It's like I'm trying to retrain my brain, especially without having like audio to tandem with. So, well, anyways, how did you guys do on that sprint? Wendy said on a on a delivery not too long ago, a deer was stuck in a dog kennel of the customer's house. It was so sad. It kept slamming itself against the fence and his friend was waiting for it. Oh no. I had to scare it towards the door and it finally got out. There was one time Matt was in Arizona and I was just sitting at our kitchen table looking out into our backyard and I just from the corner of my eye I had saw like a flash of brown and literally cuz we have a fence around our yard, there were like 30 plus deer that jumped over our fence into our yard. And then I pulled my phone out and I felt so bad because the first deer didn't see the fence on the opposite side and slammed right into the fence. And all the other ones then were like, "Ooh," and then jumped over it. And the first one, like, he was kind of like stunned at first and then he was able to jump out. But it was crazy because it was just the biggest herd I've ever seen. Like we have a ton of deer around, but normally you'll see like maybe 5, 6 at most. And it was like a whole herd jumped in our yard and then jumped out and just they were hauling it. And they came from in town. I was like, where were they in town that they came from? I don't know. It was crazy, but I'm glad you were able to help get it out. That would be wild to see. Sorry if my internet keeps on going up and down. I don't know why it does that. Some days it's like perfect and other days it's rough. Hi Keisha, I'm reading a few chapters in Hin's Feet on High Places. Hind's Feet. Why did I say Hind's Feet on High Places? Then diving into Wisteria. I am finishing Foxglove up. I lost the audio and then things got chaotic. So I'm trying to finish it now. I don't know if I'll be able to get to Wisteria soon, but I want to. I can't wait to hear what you think of it. I know you have been so hyped about it, and this is the last one, right? So I can't wait to see how everything like ends. I was able to get 65% Joy at Work by Marie Kondo. Ooh, I started listening. So I listened to Atomic Habits a couple weeks ago. I don't know. I listened to that at the beginning of August and I really liked that one. Then I listened to Grit. I don't remember the names of the authors. I apologize. I did not like that one. That one, like, don't get me wrong. I'm all about like I grew up like, yes, you have to have grit, all of that. But some of it kind of made me feel bad about like my anxiety and my stress and everything, you know? So I didn't like that one as much. But I'm currently listening to Dare to Lead by Brené Brown. And actually my therapist recommended another Brené Brown book to me that I can't get the audio, so I have to read it. And I haven't read it yet, but I think it's like I thought it was just me, but it's not or something. And I'm really enjoying the Dare to Lead because I don't know. I just when you can find like self-help books and things that, like, you just, like, emotionally and morally, like, align with something, it's so helpful, and I loved, like, Marie Kondo's show. The only thing is I am not a minimalist, so then I struggled with that. However, I'd be really curious about, like, reading that one because joy at work and being, like, self-employed and everything would be really interesting. Yeah, that's I've been really, like I've always liked self-help books, but sometimes they just feel, like, a bit redundant. That and I'm trying to actually, like, be mindful and practice what a lot of these are saying, so I'm, like, listening to them and then, like, trying to, like, re-listen, implement, re-listen, implement, or, like, listen to a little bit more. I really liked Atomic Habits, though. Honestly, I need to watch, The Home Edit. Have you ever watched those girls? I love them because they're like, "Yes, let's downsize, but not a ton." Because I loved the Marie Kondo organizing stuff, but I am not a minimalist. Everything brings me joy. Matt, when he'll buy stuff, he will be like, "Yeah, like, have buyer's, um, remorse and buyer's regret and all of that," and I don't get that. I love stuff. Starting to get my to-do list going so the house feels refreshed. Yes, and, like, that I feel like would be perfect time to, like, when you need to get something like that done, now I'm gonna see if I need to start listening to, like, organized stuff. I like listening to, like, financial stuff when I need, like, a reset on, like, "Okay, we need to focus a little bit more on our budget and stuff." I do really like self-help books when you need that, like, extra motivation. I ate a little bit of food and now I'm designing decals for tumblers I'm working on. That's so exciting. I'm glad you're feeling good enough to work on, like, anything and not just feel like you need to veg out, but also give yourself grace if you do need to veg out. I I don't know. I've been, like, so burnt out. I did 11 new tumblers for my Dragon Gauntlet event, which I haven't made that many tumblers in a long time at once. And then now I'm working on more tumblers, and I'm like, "This just feels weird right now. What is life?" Oh, poor dear. Yeah, I felt awful. It jumped out. I was like, "I hope you make it." Um, oh, speaking of deer, real quick. Matt went to our hunting property. I'm sorry if you guys don't like hunting. My husband hunts, and he was at the hunting property weed whacking and doing a bunch of stuff. When was that? Yesterday? Not yesterday. The day before yesterday. And all of a sudden, he said he was getting like, putting stuff back into the truck. This fawn ran up right next to him. He's like, "I could almost touch it." And he's like, "It scared the crap out of me." And then it, like, stared at him, bleated for its, like, mom, and then ran, and he's like, "It scared the crap out of me." He's like, "It ran right up to me." And I thought that was so funny. I read 40 pages of A Dawn of Onyx. Dang, that's a lot. Good job. Are you liking it? How are you feeling about it? I'm very curious. I gave A Dawn of Onyx 5 stars. I loved it. I see deer in town all the time, like in the middle of subdivisions, 15 to 30 of them just standing around. That's crazy. There's like a train tracks that go through, and then there's like a little meadow, and some of them will go and bed down in that meadow. But I just am like, y'all, that is not a safe space. I almost hit one when we went to the Blink 182 concert and we were driving back because it was coming out of that meadow and I wasn't excuse me, I wasn't expecting to see them like right in town. It scared me. Like they have woods that way. Like go in the woods. I have 2 hours left and whatever you do, don't run. The author was a tour guide in Africa. Oh my gosh, that sounds really interesting. I'm gonna add that. Oh my gosh. Okay, I've had Goodreads for a while, but I never used it until the last couple months. And I've been using it nonstop because I've been listening to so many audiobooks that I've been doing a bad job about keeping updated on social media. And so it's just been really nice to use Goodreads. And I know there's other ones too I want to get into. Let me just get into one first. Uh, but I've been loving it on tracking everything. So I have like no friends on there. If you guys want to follow me on there, I need to figure out how to get my link and share it. I think I have Yvette is like my only friend on there because I just started using it and I still don't understand like most of it. Um, I don't know. I feel like so bad because you know how like I'm just when you manage too much stuff and you're like, I don't have time for that. That's how I felt. But now I'm really liking Goodreads. I wanna try Storygraph. I know people talk about Fable, there's another one too. I'm finally just trying stuff out. I got started cleaning where I got to where I can't read today. Can you guys understand why it's taking me forever to read these books? I got started cleaning where I am going to temporarily move the stuff to change the cat's litter boxes. We rotate occasionally to deep clean and moved one box and a stool. Go me. Good job, Beth. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit my table. Um, yeah, it sounds like y'all are being so productive. Is it imperfect? My mother-in-law got it for me and it was amazing. Uh, no, it was the ho however, literally Brené Brown, it was so crazy because my therapist recommended the one book for me and I got it, and then one of my friends sent me a TED Talk from Brené Brown that also just, like, aligned with something I really needed to hear, and now that I unfortunately, a lot of her books aren't audiobooks, and I would just really prefer to listen to that. I need to look on YouTube and see if she has some of her, like, talks on there because I just really resonated with a lot of what she had to say, and it hit me deep, and um I have the habit of perfectionism. I have so much shame. I have so much fear of failure. And like learning all about that has helped me so much. And therapy has helped me so much and learning about like guilt and shame and the differences. And however, I am going to add The Gift of Imperfectionism by Brene Brown onto my list, but uh, I'm not seeing it. It was called I thought it was just me, but it's not, or something like that. Hang on, I'll look it up on my orders. Oh, I was like, "Why is my" Oh, okay. Here it is. I turned off my Wi-Fi so I would have better signal because it keeps going in and out a bit, and now I'm like, "Why is my phone going so slow?" We have horrible service where I live. Like, we were SOS for a while, and I'm like, "What the heck?" Yeah, I thought it was just me, but it isn't. It says making the journey from "What will people think?" to "I am enough." Whoo, and that hits me hard. Here, I'll show you the cover when it loads. So that's the cover of it. Because do you know who holds me back more than anybody? Me, myself, and I. So bad. Girl, I'm so excited for it, but also nervous. I don't know why. I just want to love it as much as the first two. I'm trying to read it before people start sharing spoilers. Yeah, I know that's the biggest thing. Because, like, I don't want to hear spoilers. I also I like reading books before you have everybody else's impressions of them too, because I have been misguided before, and I mean, everybody likes different things. That's also why I struggle with, like if you guys saw it, on my Asparka Sam stories, I shared I was listening to A Thousand Boy Kisses. I went in completely blind into that book. I didn't read the synopsis. I've seen people, like, say they liked it. No, I cried through the whole book, sobbed, like, alligator tears, heaving, crying. I was like, "This is where going in blind is kinda scary sometimes." But, yeah, when it comes to a series, I wanna, like, go in completely well, not completely, because I also wanna know if it was, like, good, worth continuing, but I don't wanna hear, like, too many things. That's why, like, when Iron Flame came out, I was like, "I'm reading this before I see any spoilers, before anyone tells me anything." Also, has anyone read Apprentice to the Villain yet? I'm really curious on, like, what everyone was thinking of it compared to the first one, because so many loved the first one. And I'm liking it. I don't think as much as other people like it, which is fine. Um, but I still, like, enjoy it. But I'm curious on what people are thinking of the second one just because it had so much hype going into it. I love Brene Brown. I like her special on HBO. She always teaches me something. And she does such a good, eloquent way of doing it and then having examples. And I think she is so good about having all of these different types of scenarios where everyone can kinda relate to it. The one book I listened to about grit was a lot of, like, master degree plus military, like, high rank military. It was all, like, experts of experts of experts, and the part with I was just struggling with it is, like, yes, I understand what grit is and, like, how it's beneficial, but I also want to know how to find that thing that you want to put grit into, and that to me was just, like, harder to relate to. But now with listening to this Brené Brown, like, Dare to Lead, I don't know, it just, like, opened up, like, my whole mind on I used to be huge into leadership. I was an FFA, all through high school, and I was a Michigan FFA state officer, and even though I'm super introverted, I don't enjoy talking in front of people, but I do have like, we all have leadership capabilities, even if we're different types of leaders, and so now that I've been, like, away from that for so long, like 10 years I've been out of FFA, um, it was just, like, really interesting to hear, like, more leadership because my whole life was about leadership and workshops and keynote speeches on leadership, and now I don't know, you go through adulthood and I was doing different jobs that I just I didn't think about leadership even though I was still using it and having to deal with different types of leadership. But with Brene Brown, like getting back into it, it just I love it. I love like communication and how to talk to people and how to motivate people. And it just like awakened part of me that has been kind of like dormant for a while. So yeah, that I was just talking about you. You're like my only friend on Goodreads because I just started getting into it. Um, I'm finishing because both you and Keisha are on. I'm finishing up Foxglove, but I don't know if I'll get to Wisteria just yet. But I am very excited for it, and I have 80 pages left of it, and I can't wait to finish Foxglove. Hope you had a restful week after your event last weekend. Yeah, it was a little bit it was, like, more of a reset than restful, but that like, to me, that is, like, a form of rest, you know? I'm doing a face mask, got my coffee, and playing a little Assassin's Creed. Ooh, which Assassin's Creed are you playing? I don't play, my husband does. I'm horrible at games. I'm the one that's like, I can't move. And, like, I'll be, like, running into a wall. But Assassin's Creed is, like, one of my favorite games to watch Matt play. Did you ever see the movie? I also really liked the movie of that. Matt's actually been playing, Assassin's Creed a ton, and a face mask just sounds delightful. Are we hydrating? We are. I have my Grogu topper that I made. I love him so much. And I feel like I made that yesterday, and that was in May, which was months ago. Also reading Wisteria, 20% in. Are you loving it? I don't know what to expect. Honestly, like even with Foxglove, I had no idea where it was gonna go. He's like, "You're not mama." I know. Then I was like, "Oh shoot, I hope his mom was okay." Um, because that always worries me, you know? Or like, did something happen? People hit deer with cars all the time, and I hope that she was just nearby and just got a little distracted. Follow me on Goodreads. I don't okay, I will try to link my Goodreads in the comments. I'm really bad about that. You're my only friend you've had. Literally my only friend. It's because okay, so I've been using it more the past couple months, and then I feel like nobody, like, has posted about it, and then Yvette put it in her stories, and I'm like, "I'm gonna actually add someone." And then I'm like, everyone's gonna be like, "She's insane," because the amount of audiobooks I've been listening to is crazy, and I'm here for it. I've used it for years. I didn't. I was like, I to be honest, I was very confused by it. Sometimes I'm really dumb when it comes to technology, and then other times I'm like, "Oh, that's not bad," and I'll figure it out really quick. And I just didn't have a lot of motivation because I was doing like my own book journaling. I was tracking stuff in stories, and then I got really bad at it. And I was like, I don't have time to make a story and make it fancy. So then I started getting back on Goodreads and learning it. And I'm glad I did because it's been insanity on how many audiobooks I listened to in the past couple weeks. That and I just like literally will not remember like what I thought of a book too. So I'm glad that I have it. I'm enjoying it. The banter has me LOLing. I loved the banter. Lines like, "I'd like listening to the sound of you falling off a cliff." I loved Anonymonics. I really did. I cannot tell you how excited I am. I have so many books going on. I am so excited for Trial of the Sun Queen. I'm thinking about because, like I said, just reading the like triggers and the author's note and all of that. I'm kind of hoping I can get Matt to read this too, and maybe he'll join in the discussion. He has been reading so much, and I love Matt's perspective on books because him and I think so differently when it comes to books, but we love the same books. And I think him going to the Dragon Gauntlet even made him like more obsessed. I really didn't know how he was gonna think of it, and he can't stop talking about it either, and it just makes my little heart so happy. I bought an audiobook from Amazon for it. It was really cheap at the time. Yeah, I've been Yvette, this is for you. So on Tales of Starlight, I posted that they had Spark of the Everflame and Glow of the Everflame super discounted. And then Yvette was like, "Girl, how? That is a lie." And I don't know why, but for me, when I went to get Glow of the Everflame, it was, like, under $8, and apparently nobody else could get it for under $8. However, I will say April also was able to get it for under $8. But I feel bad because, like, I don't understand why it's showing up $8 for me, but everybody else, it was like 20 some. It was still on sale, like, originally it was like $60, which is insane. I understand it takes so much to make audiobooks, but $60 is more than what it costs to, like, see a movie, to rent, like, to buy a movie, and this is an audiobook, you know? But, I was able to get, Glow of the Everflame for under $8. And I felt bad because Yvette was like, "No one else can," and I don't know. Because she's like, "You were the chosen one," and I don't know why I was chosen. But yeah, if you can get cheap audiobooks, especially if you know that's what I was thinking, like, with Atomic Habits, I've been thinking about buying that audiobook because it's one that I wanna, like, re-listen to. Um, and it's hard sometimes to, like, wait in line, and if you like, on Libby and stuff, and if you know that you're gonna listen to it a lot and really enjoy it, that's what I've been trying to, like, get all of the Throne of Glass audios and anything like SJM, is, like, buy them because I think it's worth investing in them. Does Pepsi Zero count as hydrating? Wendy! No. I'm gonna be I'm gonna act like, the mom right now and tell you no. You need electrolytes or water. That is not what you need to be drinking when you have a fever. My friend lived in an area that had a forest land around it. There was a mother deer who brought her fawn up into my friend's deck to rest while the mom went out and foraged. It was so neat. We have a next door neighbor who has multiple apple trees, and the almost every night the mom will bring her two fawns and eat the apples, and, like, the little babies will just be frolicking around, and then the one night, I felt really bad because I let the dogs out, and Branson, like, ran right up to the fence and was, like, barking, which they normally don't bark or anything, but in that instance, he did, and I felt so bad because they haven't been back since, and I was like, "You little butthole, like, just leave them alone." Branson wants to make friends, he doesn't want to hurt them, but found and followed you. Okay, yeah, I'm a Spark of Sam on Goodreads or a Spark of Sam library. I've been changing. Oop, I see it right there. I've been changing all of my stuff to or it's Sam P Fun. I don't know how Goodreads works. I've been changing all of my stuff to a Spark of Sam. As much as I love my book Instagram, I'm still gonna keep it, but I just don't think I'm gonna be active. I'm slowly going to be doing everything on a Spark of Sam, and then it just makes sense. Because then my YouTube is a little of everything, my TikTok is a little of everything, and then my Instagram will be a little of everything. I'm sorry to people who like niches. I struggle with it. It's too much. I can't do it. I would rather just have everything in one spot. And if you don't like it, that's okay. You don't have to follow me, but I am switching stuff over. So if you don't follow me on a Spark of Sam and you follow me on a Spark of Sam library, just know that I post significantly more on just a Spark of Sam, but you will get crafty stuff. You'll get Disney stuff, Taylor Swift stuff, fandom stuff, and books. I've been doing a lot more book stuff. Not posting wise, but in my stories I have. I'm still upset. I feel so bad. Like, I want to know why. Like, I have like Amazon Prime. I have Audible subscription. I don't know why. And like it wasn't even like a couple dollars. We're talking like double the price. The old they only discounted it for you. Favoritism. April 2. April 2. I don't know. Audible is only $24 for 2 books a month. Don't tell me that. So I got Audible for free for 3 months. And so I'm still in my 3-month trial period. I am thinking about keeping Audible and getting rid of Everind. I still really like Everind, but my library just got Hoopla, and we can have up to 10 holds on Hoopla. So now I'm like, do I just cannot justify while I'm, like, self-employed, and, like, trying to have, consistent income, I just can't justify 2 audiobook subscriptions, but I am thinking about going to Audible, and that is good to know that it goes up, like, for $10 more, you can get 2. Because, yeah, so that's, like, what Yvette and I were talking about is when the audiobooks are more than $15 or whatever a month, it's not worth buying it. You just might as well wait until you get another credit to then get the audiobook. But for me, it was less than $8, so it was worth it to buy the audio, especially because I loved Spark of the Everflame and I want to get to Glow of the Everflame, and the only place you can get the audio is from Audible. So, ugh, I wish I just had a plethora of money so I could listen to all the books, you know? I wish everyone had that ability. I'm very thankful for Hoopla and Libby, but I will say my library does not have a ton of books. And I wish there was a way, like, I request books all the time, and I know audiobooks are so expensive for libraries, but I wish there was a way that you could, like, get them cheaper from your library. I know you can't. Or if there's, like, a way you could, like, special request stuff, I don't know. I'm drinking it for the caffeine. I'll drink water after, I promise. Just have water in one hand and your Pepsi in the other and just go back and forth. I agree. If you're blending it all elsewhere, blending it somewhere else makes more sense. And the whole point of me doing a Spark of Sam was that I wanted to get away from my small business. Every time I made something, people were like, "Oh, can I buy that?" And I'll be like, "No, this was just a tutorial." And then all of a sudden, people are like, "Oh, can you show me how to do this?" And I'm like, "Oh, well, this item's for sale." And it would just like always contradict each other. And it was getting really confusing. So I decided to then start a Spark of Sam. And that was going to be like my creativity. But to me, a spark of Sam is all the things that bring like a spark and passion and like joy into my life, like the spark. So, and that includes books, that includes gardening, that includes crafting and like more, you know? So, to me, as much as I know on social media they want you to niche down, it was just too much. And then I wasn't doing anything and I was getting burnt out. So, I'm glad that it makes sense to other people because I know it's hard, especially, like, if you don't I know it's hard for, like, my crafty friends who don't read. They're like, "Well, I don't really care," and then vice versa. Like, I know that's hard, but I also think it's a great time to, like, try things. If you don't craft, try crafting. Maybe you'll see something I make and you'll wanna try to do it, or if I talk about a book, then all of a sudden you wanna get back into reading or get into reading. I like it. Like, that's what I wanna do with my life, is just inspire people to find things that inspire them. I struggle with all the separate Instagrams too. Yeah, and it's just, like, rammed in our heads that we need to niche down. You need to be, like, specific, and I don't do well with that. I don't think a lot of people are made to just be stuck on one thing, or then there's influencers who change everything they do because that's not how life is. Life is you change so much in life. And I want my Instagram to follow that and not have 1,500 accounts. If you go to quit Audible, they will say, "Stay, and we will give you 3 months for 50% off." Well, I'm gonna add that. I love and hate that. Like, I'm glad that they do that, but also, like, why can't they just give it to us discounted? You know? Especially, like, when you one of the things I had to deal with the other day was our car insurance went up, like, $100 a month, just out of nowhere, and I had, like, a small mental breakdown about that, and then I spent 2 hours chatting with someone trying to get it down. I got us down 12 whole dollars a month. It was so frustrating, and they're like, "Oh, well, you're such a loyal customer," and I'm like, "Yeah, I've never made a claim, I've never had any of this, so why am I not being, like, rewarded?" And that's kinda how I feel too. Like, when you've been a member of a subscription or something for so long, like, why aren't they giving us discounts for being loyal? You know? Just makes me angry. I sent you a link to follow me on Goodreads. I can't figure out how to just copy the link. It's I don't know. I was able to figure it out with Yvette, and I was like, "Yes!" And then Beth just she figured it out for me. "Ah, there we go. Laura figured it out." I have no idea. And then, like, try to find friends. I don't know how people have their names. Um, I have, like, no friends. Sorry if I'm, like, chaotic on there too. I don't Technology is hard sometimes. Yes, and there are more free perks to members at the 2 credit subscription. Katie, this is dangerous. I need to hustle more so that I don't feel so bad about having all of these subscriptions. I'm like you, I actually tend to prefer creators that are all over the place. It matches me, organized chaos. Yes. And I think most people have like a bunch of hobbies or they change hobbies over time. I mean, I literally used to run dairy farms for a living. Now, I'm lucky to see a cow once a month. Does that hurt my heart? Yes. I wish I had cows in my life every single day, but my life is so different now, and it's been hard to, like, find myself and be okay that you can change. Your life can change. So much has happened in 5 years for me that's completely different. And I understand that that happens in people's lives. Stuff changes. They find something else that they really love and they want to invest in. And so that's what I want to be. I want everyone to follow me because they find stuff interesting. They think I'm chaotic. I'm crazy. Maybe you feel better about yourself when you see how like all over the place I am. But I also just find like that just makes a better community when we're not all the same doing the exact same, you know? I searched your name. Sam Pifon or a Spark of Sam? Because I'm on there as Sam Pifon, which is Peaphon. I searched your name too. Okay. But see, I guess like I'm so used to usernames. So being on Goodreads and it being like Facebook names is wild. So weird. My car insurance is ridiculous. I have been with the agency for 30 plus years. Now I'm hooked to a device that shows them I can how I accelerate or brake. Old age penalties. Yeah, the only way that they were going to the only way we could find ways to lower our insurance was if I got one of the things to like show that I'm a safe driver. And it's like, how am I not a safe driver? I have had you for like a almost a decade now and I haven't had any claims or any accidents. Like, how is that not proof? Why should I have to like show you? And it was just really upsetting, especially because I'm self-employed. Money is not always the greatest, especially in this economy, being an artist and a creative. And like it's a monthly bill that went up $100. Like I sobbed a good long time about that. So I feel ya if you guys are dealing with that because I know so many people are. Um, and yeah, the only thing to do is to look at other companies to see if they'll give you a better deal. And it's like there's no loyalty rewards anymore. And that is so hard. Or then they're like, bundle your house. And I'm like, I just don't know why I have to do all of these crazy things in order to drop it down from $100 a month. It's just Matt and I are going through, like, some crazy budget changes, and it's just hard. I don't enjoy it, and I know so many people are struggling with it too. Yes, Sam Pfon, thank you. Yes, if you guys just wanna search me, I'll try to share the link in my stories or on here, but I'll probably forget, or then I get worried that you guys are gonna be like, "Look at all these weird books you read." I'm all over the place with books I read. Perfect, you guys are awesome. I am Beth's echo today. Hey, sometimes it's hard, like, by the time you type it out and then you both pop up at the same time. I live in New Jersey. Car insurance is ridiculous here because the population density. Thankfully, my husband's service qualifies for USAA. Yes, Michigan has one of the highest car insurance, which is crazy. You would think being like the automobile state and where so many vehicles are made, but they said the whole reason our insurance went up is because accidents have gone up or something like that, but it's so hard. Like, we have 3 vehicles, which we did not intend on having. My grandpa passed away, and my family asked us if we wanted to buy my grandpa's truck, which to me, it was a personal thing. Plus, my grandpa had, like, a almost, like, brand new truck that they were letting us buy, and Matt had a truck at the time, but we got it during COVID, so we were still making payments on it, and I have a vehicle that I've had paid off. And it's just been, like, so incredibly frustrating to see car prices go up so high, and then they drop, and then now they're, like, medium, and we made bad decisions, but we needed vehicles. It was unfortunate circumstances, so now we have 3 vehicles, and I hardly ever drive. And we're just trying to make some big life changes right now, but it's scary because Matt is at the end of well, he's not this is the also crazy part. So Matt's about, like, halfway through his season, but he's over halfway, and once he hits that halfway mark, it just feels like his season's over, you know? And because of the company Matt works for, he only works half the year, but the other half, if he were to get a different job, a lot of jobs won't hire him because he keeps his own insurance and some companies don't like that. I don't know. It's like a whole thing. So most of the guys just take time off. Which Matt does like side jobs here, or he'll help out like our families do some projects and they pay him that, but it's just not as consistent. Anyways, I've been rambling about that. But like, going up on a bill $100 a month is, like, a critical thing. Like, that's just like, how do you just budget that with Matt only having so many months left of work, and, like, that's just ridiculous. So now we have to sit down, and Matt doesn't like talking about finances because he just is like, "I don't" it's like he's like, "It's stressful," and you get upset, and so I normally take care of stuff, but I was like, I don't know what to do." So then I just cried a good chunk of the day, and I was like, got us down $12 a month, which is, I mean, that is like a TV subscription. So to me, it was worth it, but still, like, it's so much money. Yeah. Hey, I appreciate both of you because you never know if anyone was going to say anything, 'cause I don't know how to do it. Oh, Yvette's only been my friend for 13 days too. Okay, I checked it. Sometimes I feel I don't know. Laura, it's being really weird. It keeps saying error error occurred. So I can't it's probably cuz I don't have I turned my Wi-Fi off. Life's great. No, it is. Life has been good. Like I said, a lot of crazy things have been still happening with life and family, but I just feel like I can process it and manage it so much more, which goes to show how much I was truly struggling last year with life. Hi, thank you for joining, Lily. I'm reading The Last Time I Lied by Riley Sager. I don't think I've read that one. I feel like all of his books I literally go blank on, and I need to see the cover, but I love Riley Sager. I feel really bad. I'm not doing very good at I have not read that one. I've read the only one left, The House Across the Lake, Home Before Dark, and Final Girls. That's what I own Middle of the Night, but I haven't read it yet. I'm gonna add that to my want to read on Goodreads. Thank you. My first time reading his books. Ooh, I hope you're enjoying. Which I'm doing a horrible job at actually doing reading sprints today, guys. I just miss talking to you. I need to have just a normal crafting live and then like sprints. And I just don't know when it works because Saturdays aren't going to work for me for a while. I don't know if like middle of the week is hard for me unless it's during the day because anything after like 6 o'clock is like my time with Matt or like we're going to bed. And that's why I feel like I've missed out on so many sprints with you guys. I'm about 200 pages in and loving it. Ooh, that's good to know. I'm glad you're loving it. And I guess this is a good time to hop back into our next sprint. Let's go to the top of the hour and do just under 45 minutes and see how that goes. I want to read on good my want to read on Goodreads is ridiculous. Hey, it gives us motivation to keep reading. Yes. I was gonna say, I don't know what would be worse, having like an endless TBR that is just insane, or if your TBR ever got really small and there weren't books you wanted to read, because I think that would be worse, you know? Yes. Okay. I'm so glad all of these new people are joining. And let's get started on our first sprint or second sprint. Yay! Welcome back. How did that sprint go for everybody? I didn't read at all. My stomach was growling so much, so I made lunch and that took up most of my time. Um that and I while I was making lunch, I went through all of my followers on my Bookstagram, my Asparkasam library, and followed them from my Asparkasam account. And then Instagram was like, "No more." So I followed as many people as I could, and a lot of people are following me back, and I really appreciate it. Yeah, it's probably gonna take a little bit to get everyone used to, like, my other content, and I'm sure I just messed up my algorithm like crazy now. Well, and that was, like, the hard thing is I would have all of these bookish things on my Bookstagram, and then I would have crafting things on my crafty one, and then I have, like, a Disney account, and, like, all the stuff for a long time was separate. And then it would start like, I would get Disney stuff and book stuff on my A Spark of Sam one, and then you just like one of them or you watch one of them, and then it just started messing my algorithm up anyways, so I'm like, "What's the point of just having all these accounts when everything's getting jumbled anyways?" And so much of my crafting is based on book stuff right now that I figured, like, my bookish people would like anyways. So, I appreciate everybody that follows me back. If you don't, I totally get it. Uh, because I get how, like I felt so bad because I wouldn't follow certain people because I was like, I only follow craft people on this one, and I only follow book people on this one, and also I just wanna be able to keep up to date with everybody all the time, and I was having to switch accounts, and it was a lot. So I appreciate everybody that started started switching, to whatever, and I appreciate it. But yeah, so I ate. I could probably eat more. I'm really hungry, but we don't have like a lot of snacks right now. We only have ingredients, which is like the worst thing ever for me. I hate cooking. I hate it so much. And we didn't have any leftovers. We didn't have just like any quick stuff. We need to go grocery shopping. So I'll probably still be hungry. But I do plan on trying to stay on sprints until I finish Foxglove or probably 5 PM EST because then my dogs need to go out and that's their supper time and that'll be a good stopping time. Um, which I can't believe it's already 2 o'clock today. This is what happens when I just talk all day. Day flies because I'm having a great time. But yeah, so I didn't get anything read. I hope you guys did, or at least we're productive. I did wash my bathroom sink. It was so random. I guess I forgot, like, before sprints that I don't know, I thought it was dirty, and I've been trying to be Atomic Habits. I've been trying to be more, like, if I see something that needs to get done, do it then, and so I sprayed my, bathroom sink, and then I used the restroom, and then I was like, "I need to clean this," so then I finished cleaning it. Oh, it was so random, but my food was going. I got blocked on doing stuff on Instagram. They're like, "You can't follow any more people right now. You're liking too much stuff." So I'm like, "Fine." So I cleaned my bathroom sink. I go to the Killing Time with Cozy Scavenger Hunt lives on Sundays, and it kills my want to read list. I end up adding at least 20 books every week. That's a lot. But that's I just to me, that's not a bad problem. It's a problem when you're like me and you have, like, 8 books you're halfway through. I do not like this situation. That's why I'm trying to, like, read through everything so I can finally finish books, and especially, like, finishing series so I can progress in the series and move on with my life, even though I'm enjoying it so much. I did figure out how to link uh, my Goodreads. However, the whole reason I'm have a hard time finding friends is because I don't ever remember how I made my Goodreads account. And it's like, "Oh, log in." I'm like, I don't remember it." So if you want to follow me on Goodreads, on Instagram, I have a Spark of Sam linked, or if you search Sam Pfon on there, it's in the comments earlier. If you need me to link it again, I can, or like type it out for you guys. That seems to be the easiest way to find people, is just like typing their actual name versus the link, which could be why I have struggled to add friends on there. Hey, Shauna, I'm streaming on my channel. Ooh, everyone, make sure you go over to Shauna's channel and make sure to give her uh my brain is not working. Give her live thumbs up and hit the like button. Show some love. That's what I was trying to say. Show some love. Chloe needs my attention. Thanks for sprints. Aw, I hope she's okay. Chloe's Laura's dog. Her fur baby. I mean, it's her child, because that's how my fur babies are. Um, what are you guys reading and working on today? Thanks for joining. I am reading Foxglove first. I'm trying to finish that, but I'm also reading The Assassin's Blade, The Assistant to the Villain, and Leather and Lark. Also Two Twisted Crowns, but that one, like, haven't progressed very far in a while, so that one's gonna be like my last one to finish. I made and ate lunch too. I listened to A Southern Storm while I did that, though I only have 15 minutes left. Ooh. Then I have to decide what to listen to next. Ooh, what are your options? What are you in the mood for? I have 1 hour left in whatever you do, don't run. Thank you for sprints. I need to get some errands done. Thanks for stopping by, Katie. I'm glad that you only have an hour left. You'll be able to finish that today for sure. Yeah, I know. Saturdays are so hard because that's just like the day to get stuff done. That's why I like having them in the morning. And then normally I stop around this time, but I need to keep reading. So if you're still here, I appreciate you. If you guys have to get going, I still appreciate you. Um, yeah, I'm actually like, I have so many people that are following me and want to be friends now on Goodreads. I'm here for it. I also appreciate everyone following um my Aspargus Sam crafty stuff. I do so much more on there. That's like where I normally do. It's pretty rare if I don't post stories. The other day I was a little unhinged. I I really, my upstairs room is like, that's where I've been like doing a ton of my work. Because I was pouring so much epoxy in this room, so I couldn't be in here, so I was upstairs so much getting ready for the Dragon Gauntlet, and my room is just, like, chaotic trash, and I never have been able to fully organize that room. Plus, I bought paint a couple months ago, and, like, the urge to just stop everything that I was doing and to paint was surreal, but I ended up not doing that. I ended up doing what I was supposed to do, and that was work on my Etsy listings, which I still haven't finished. Oh, I love creating stuff. I don't like sometimes I like taking product photos, but sometimes, like, things just don't photograph the way I want them to, or like my staging isn't what I want it to. But I had a good like photo day, and then mentally sitting at a computer has been so hard for me this week. I just want to like do stuff. And so I was cleaning, organizing, and doing a lot more of that. I was out in my garden, and I was having the time of my life, but I just wanted to like stop everything to paint my room and to deep organize it. And I didn't do that. And I'm hoping to do that next week, but my mom I'm going to my mom's to help her organize stuff, and I'm worried that's going to take all of my energy to do hers. You know what I mean? And like organizing for other people and helping other people clean is so easy, but when it's my stuff, it's so much harder. So, that's going to be complicated. But I don't know. Sometimes, like, I make a schedule, and then instead of sticking to it, I just have to do, like, what I'm in the mood to do, and then you know what I mean? Because like, sometimes you have, like, such great intentions, but if you aren't in the mindset like, if I'm not in the mindset to organize, I'm not gonna do it properly, uh, or I'm gonna burn out easily, and then that's not productive, and so that's been really hard because I've been actually wanting to organize, but there's other stuff I had to get done. But with that being said, next Sunday, I have a big, big announcement coming. I've been super nervous about it, and I've been also working on stuff for that, and I can't wait to show you guys. I hope you guys all love it. um, but yeah, let's just hop into another sprint since everyone's been busy and everybody's been wanting to read anyways, and I didn't get any reading done. So let's go to the top of the hour, so like 47 minutes, and I'll see you guys in a bit. Welcome back. How did that sprint go for everybody? I got a couple chapters read. I now have shoot, I forgot the math. Um I'll probably need 2 more sprints to finish it, but I really, really wanna finish this today. 3 Yeah, I have 63 pages left. I was, like, having a hard time focusing, and then I focused a while, and then I needed to get a drink, and so that took up a little bit of time. It's definitely giving Haunted Mansion vibes. I love Haunted Mansion. I'm a huge Disney lover. I always loved, like, Disney movies growing up, and then I got to go to Disney World for the first time in when was that? 2021, and then I got to go to Disneyland too, and now I'm, like, obsessed with Disney World and all of that, and I've become even more of a fan, thus the lounge flies and all the stuff. I'm a definitely a park goer now. I wish I had a annual pass holder, or I wish I was an annual pass holder, but I'm not yet, but that's one of my big goals eventually when I get more, I don't know, consistent with my career, find a side hustle that is consistent. My whole life is a side hustle, I swear. But how did you guys all do? Hope you're having a splendid day. Thank you so much. What is your name? Oh, hang on. Is it Rachel? Okay, sorry. I see that you guys are like talking back and forth to each other. So this is Joanne, I'm assuming, and then this is Rachel. Welcome, welcome. So glad you guys are happy to be here and you're getting to intermingle with your friends. I really appreciate you guys. I mean, so much. Totally fell asleep. Now back to reading. This is my worst time of the day. Like 2 to 3 o'clock hits, and it's like hitting a wall. Um, it's something like I want to take a nap. I don't like taking naps. Normally, naps like mess up my schedule, but it's my like time I take a break or I either like have to like chill or I go outside and I'm like keep moving and I'll go like look at butterflies or like flowers and just try to like keep moving so I don't just tank. But I am also feeling tired, so totally no worries. The last 63 pages are a wild ride. You'll need to message me your thoughts. My dog just barked. Okay, guys, this is my dogs don't bark. Um, and they've been barking so much lately, and I don't know if they're just like understimulated. When I play with them outside, they really don't do a whole lot. We try to go on walks. The problem is my dog Graham has been lazy since birth. He literally is a couch potato, and once he's done there's they're literally barking. This is so weird right now. I don't know what's happening. I need I don't have access to our Ring camera, but I'm so confused right now. Sorry, that's just, like, throwing me really weird. I will have to message you my thoughts, Yvette, because I didn't know where this story was gonna go compared to Belladonna, so it kinda took me a hot second to get into it and really, like, get a grasp for it, and now I'm like, chaos is erupting, so that makes me happy that, like, it's, like, building that, and I don't have to wait for the next book because I have it. Uh, I got my book pulled up and earbuds connected, that's as far as I got, but I did get some chores, uh working towards being done, getting closer. Need to work on this blanket too. Yeah, that's how I've been lately. Like, this whole week, I had a whole list of stuff I wanted to get done, and then I'm like, "But let's do this, and then let's do this, and then that, and then, oh my gosh, I actually have to do that, and then what about this?" And I've just been all over the place, but I've been trying to give myself grace because I was working sun up to sundown for 3 weeks straight and on, like, the brink of, like, burnout, like, almost burning out. So now I'm just trying to, like, it's okay to not get everything done. Let's try to prioritize things, but I have a hard time because I always wanna do the things that aren't top priority. So then I try to do things that are, and then reward myself with doing the things I wanna do. I'm still trying to figure things out. Yeah, you guys are so funny. I'm 33% into Wisteria now. Are you loving it? I just, um, like, I heard that some people don't like the cover of these books. Yeah, I can't relate. Because I love them. I mean, so this is like the special edition underneath. I'm so thankful. When I ordered from Amazon, I just so happened to get this because I stopped making it. Maybe I am the chosen one, which is crazy because Yvette thinks I am because I get really lucky with some stuff. But maybe I am with book stuff because this was like sold out this edition and I just so happened to get it on Amazon. Because otherwise, I would have, like, not bought the books, even though they're amazing books and you should totally get the books, whether you get the special edition or not. But I just love them so much. Um, I think the covers are gorgeous, and I'm so glad you're loving Wisteria. Also, I want Wisteria so bad. 1, because of the book Wisteria. 2, my grandma has wisteria plants, and I kinda always wanna get, like, one of hers. That and Bridgerton. 3. The 3 is because of Bridgerton. However, I've heard they're, like, semi-invasive, and they have to have, like, a really strong foundation to grow on. So I'm like, maybe my forever house. Um, Matt and I wanna have, like, a farm one day, and, like, I wanna be able to have, like, cows and horses, and my, like, little agricultural girly self wants all the animals. I want a garden. I want a huge, huge yard. We have an acre here, which I'm very thankful for, and I love where we live, and I love our house, but we're not allowed to have farm animals, and it kills me inside. So, I think one day when I have my forever house, I'll have wisteria. I also want foxglove, maybe not belladonna, but I don't know, I love all the plants. A part of me is like, maybe I'll have my own little, like, poisonous area, and then it, like, worries me, like, kids or people coming over, and maybe, like, that's actually a really dumb thing, but part of me actually, like, thinks that's so cool. I don't like, just to have it's kinda probably morbid. People would probably be kinda scared of it. I don't know. There is a garden, isn't it at, like, a certain college they have? Now I'm trying to think, I just heard that there was, like, a poisonous garden, and I can't remember if it's in Michigan or New York or not even close to that. I don't remember. Hello, everybody. I'm so glad you guys are all chatting. I need that 2 PM siesta. I know. However, I can't, like, I'm one that I'll wake up and I'll feel nauseous and have a headache after naps. So if I actually do take a nap, I must have been really, really tired, but I never feel better after a nap. My husband, complete opposite. He could sleep like 12 hours a day while taking like multiple naps, and he will be the happiest little person in the world. Like, I am not that way. I washed my sweet I washed my sheets and swept the floors. That's awesome. I have been wanting to, vacuum and mop everything so bad. I vacuumed the other day, but then I brushed my dogs and I was like, "Well, I just did that completely backwards." Normally, I'm really good about my husband, he'll just, like, do whatever he feels like doing, but I'm really good about, like, brush the dogs, then dust, then vacuum. And the other day, I did it completely backwards, and so the point of me vacuuming was pretty much, like, wow, I cannot, like, make coherent sentences today. It was, like, completely counterintuitive because then there was dog hair everywhere. Finished listening to Southern Storm and decided to start listening to Battle Cry of Freedom. Shifted some more stuff around in the basement. That sounds really interesting. Did you like Southern Storm? And I have been listening to The Light Pirate for the Libranauts book club, and honestly, I didn't know what to expect of that book going into it, and then now I'm very thankful that I live in Michigan and not in a place that has hurricanes because it's kinda stressing me out. So, is Southern Storm along those lines, or is it a romance? And Battle Cry of Freedom sounds like that's gonna be intense, like a good drama. You are ahead of me, I think, Yvette. Great job. You for sure are the chosen one. Just with books. I do not get lucky with other stuff. Normally, I have pretty crappy luck. One of my friends and I, like, during high school and college, he would always be like, "No, you have the worst luck out of everybody," and then he had the worst luck happen to him. So now I don't say that I have the worst luck. Um, because he was in his house when there was, like, a gas explosion, and he had third-degree burns and was in the hospital for months. And it was very scary. Full recovery. He, like, had just met the girl that he, is now married to, and they have, a son together, but I just remember he's like, "You have the worst luck ever," and I was then that happened, I was like, "Never mind, I'm never gonna say I have the worst luck ever," because that was pretty crazy. But there's some reason with books, I don't know. I will take it. I will take that I get lucky when I order books, that my prices are cheaper. So I will take it because typically I'm not very lucky. When I bought Belladonna off of Amazon, it showed that undercover, but it came blank. Luckily, found it on Pango for $12. Okay, that's lucky because I feel like I love Pango, but I feel like people know that if they have special editions, they just automatically, like, double the price right away, and it's like, "Oh, well, so much for that." I have foxglove in my front yard, it's so pretty, yes, and, like, foxglove is pretty, like, and people just have that, um, and wisteria, that's not poisonous, but it is invasive and can be very detrimental. The cover of this 'cause so each of them say stuff about, like, the title, like, it says, "It said that foxglove is the most least." I apologize. My tongue feels like it's, like, weighted, and I just keep messing up my words. It says, "It's said that foxglove is the most lethal." That's a hard word for me. "Just before the seeds ripen." This is why I will never narrate audiobooks. It's because I cannot talk. I say English is my is my second language, and people are like, "Oh, what's your first?" I'm like, "It's English," but I struggle with it. It might as well be my second language. But this one says, "It said that the wisteria vine is a symbol of immortality." It's probably because 'cause they're invasive and they don't die. But look at it! That it just makes me think of the Bridgerton house, and I want it so bad, but also, apparently, when you plant wisteria, it takes, like, a few years before it even blooms. So, that's another thing, like, you have to be really dedicated to it. They are re-releasing them all to have the special undercover, but only if you buy the set. Huh. Well, that makes me happy for, like, people who didn't get it, and you might as well just buy the whole series. Why just buy one? Um, but thankfully, I don't have to because I have them all. That makes me really happy because especially if you got one of them and you couldn't get all of them, that's so hard. And if you already like, if you only got like foxglove and you could buy the whole set and then resell just your one if you need to, or you could just keep them all. I will not judge you on having multiple of the same book. Also, okay, now that I'm like talking about different variations, they're coming out with the paperback Fourth Wing with sprayed edges like this. Um or with the stencil edges and the dragons. Why can they not give us a stencil edge iron flame? That's all I want because Onyx Storm is going to have a stencil edge. So why can they not come out with a like a new version of Iron Flame? I don't need another Fourth Wing. I need Iron Flame with stencil edges. Yes, I could do it myself. I don't want to. I want to just buy it. When writing my last fantasy romance, I used a lot of flower symbolism, one of which was the MMC referring to the FMC as Wisteria Girl because of its association with love and strong will. I love that so much. Sorry, there was a hair in my mouth. There was a book listened to called The Language of Flowers, and my cousin recommended me listening to it. Um, she had fostered a ton of kids previously, and it was about a foster girl's point of view, but there was a ton of symbolism towards flowers, and I loved that book. It was so good. But a fantasy romance, romantasy is my genre, man. Um, I used a lot of the flower symbolism, so that makes me excited. You're more than welcome to drop any of your work in the chat because I would love to check that out. Or what is your do you have an Instagram handle? Because I would love to follow you if I don't already. I think the Poisonous Garden is at the Met. Yeah, is that in New York? Sometimes I feel so uncultured. I grew up in a small town in the middle of nowhere of Michigan, guys. But I remember but because then like okay, I'm also a graduate of Michigan State University, and Michigan State has a huge agronomy and botanist uh I don't know what I'm trying to say. uh like I was trying to say fields or programs. That's what I'm trying to say. Programs, degrees, classes, all of that stuff. And I love it. Like, so one of my favorite things to do at night at Michigan State is one of my friends, when I couldn't like stand being in my dorm anymore, we would go walk around campus at Michigan State. And Michigan State has a ginormous campus, but they also have like a bunch of gardens and they're all labeled. And I love that. We also have Dow Gardens, which is in Midland, which is kind of close, kind of not. But they also have like all like these gorgeous flower gardens and different stuff like that. And so sometimes I wonder, there has to be more than just one poisonous garden, but I feel like there's one that everyone knows about and it's huge and it has like almost every poisonous plant. But I would love to go see that. Or is there one in England? It's probably not even the US that I'm thinking of. Um, Maybe that's what I'm thinking about. I would love to go to the UK though and see the gardens there because that would just blow my mind. I think that's why I like so much English uh like books, movies, all of that is I just love the landscape. I love how they garden. I love how much they love plants. Now that I'm thinking about that, I feel like it is in the UK. My brain just makes up stuff. I worry about animals eating it, but my dogs don't go in the front yard except the other day's Scooter when he escaped and went on an adventure. I saw that. Um, that's so scary. Yeah, a big reason, like, I don't even plant, like, any type of lilies out back is because of our dogs. I don't think they would, but, um, as soon as I say I don't think they would, then they would, you know, because that's how that goes. But if I had anything with a lot of poisonous plants, I think it would be, like, highly gated. I don't think I could live with myself otherwise. But it's because the FMC isn't from the noble class. She doesn't get that he's trying to say he loves her. She's just like, "Oh, yeah, those are pretty too, but I like this flower better." I love it. Southern Storm is a nonfiction book about Sherman's march to the sea. I was gonna say, it sounds like it could be very, like, war-y. Mostly focused on the capture of Savannah, Georgia. That's really cool. I The older I get, the more I enjoy history. And it's not that I don't think I enjoyed history at a younger age. I just think that some teachers are not great at sharing history. Because I would love my brother would watch History Channel nonstop, and, like, he loved everything about history, and I liked learning about it too, but it wasn't until, well, like, 8th grade, we did the Civil War, and I loved learning about, like, the Civil War because to me, it just made more sense. I think a lot of I feel like a lot of the reasons I didn't like history is because I struggle with geography. And I don't know why. I love traveling, I love learning about new places, but I'm such a visual person that I think learning about history from a book of other places, yeah, like, you would get pictures and stuff, but I don't think I could fully comprehend it. So, now that I'm older, I definitely enjoy history so much more. I loved it in college, but that is really interesting. Um, A Southern Storm sounds like it's reference to a jilted belle. She's right, Southern Storm, she is all day. Yeah, to me, I was like, I could see it being either some kind of like romance, some kind of drama. I could also kind of like Twister, like the new Twister movies out right now. I'm like, is a about twisters? I'm listening to the Light Pirate, and that's about, like, hurricanes, like, sci-fi. So, like, I'm very much like I shouldn't say it's, like, sci-fi, I'm trying to actually understand it 'cause it's very different than what I thought it was gonna be going into it, but the Libra Knots is, like, a sci-fi book club that my friend Elise hosts, and I'm not one to pick up those right away, but I've been enjoying her book club so far, so she picked The Light Pirate, and I was listening to that, but that's what Southern Storm I was like, "Is it like that?" But no, it's nonfiction. I don't know, cause the special editions I've gotten from Pango, and they were, like, $10 each. In fairness, the books have been out for years. But see, sometimes they go up even higher in price, like, cause I have the first edition of Fourth Wing, and some of those are really expensive. I think it just depends on the book. I love special editions. Like, the special edition to Lightlark, I do not have, and like I liked this book. I haven't read Nightbane yet or anything, but I really want the special edition because the special edition has, like, flowers and, like, crazy plants and everything all over it, and I'm like, I want that." But then I still like, I've tabbed this, I marked it up. I don't think I could give it away. I don't How do people sell books? I have a hard time giving up my books, even if unless I, like, really didn't like them. But even if I kinda like them, I wanna keep them. Battle Cry of Freedom is considered one of the best overview books of the Civil War. I am currently on a Civil War kick right now. That's awesome. I was telling my mom, like, I don't know why I was so infatuated with the Civil War. I think I said, like, also it was before planes and, like, my brother, he loved World War II. He loved learning everything about the history and what went into it and how, like, Hitler was able to do what he did. And to me, I was like, "No, I don't like it." Like, you have planes and all of these, like, crazy things happening that it's just, like, I don't know, to me, scary. And in the Civil War, it was crazy because it happened here, and it happened way before all of this technology. And, like, I think because I personally love, like, just that time period of, like, balls and courting, and I don't like, you know what I mean? That's why I love, like, Bridgerton so much is because of the grand balls and the "No, you gotta sign, like, my dance card to dance with me, and you have to court me with my chaperone," and but like, when I read Gone with the Wind, loved that book. I loved and then I loved the movie, um, Clark Gable, man. But then, I also loved, North and South, the series with Patrick Swayze. Oh, Patrick Swayze. I've been on a Patrick Swayze kick lately. I've always been on a Patrick Swayze kick, but I've been wanting to watch, like, Dirty Dancing and Ghost and, like, all of the Patrick Swayze movies. But also I loved Cold Mountain, um, with Nicole Kidman and Jude Law. Oh, Jude Law. Maybe I like I like it for the men more than I do the stories. No, I loved the Civil War. I love books around the Civil War, and I think it was such, like, a huge shift in our history. That and it was, like, like, huge Civil War that we had here. It was I know both sides, of the story. I just found it so interesting, but I love that you're on that, and I really am gonna have to look up Battle Cry of Freedom. Is I'm gonna have to see if I can get the audiobook. I hope they have an audiobook. I don't know if I could read nonfiction of it. Nonfiction I don't know if I could read nonfiction for a long time. I struggle with my self-help books. That's why I like listening to them. Because the second book in any series is always the neglected child. Hmm, that is true. But they said the whole reason that Iron Flame didn't get, the sprayed edges is because there was not enough time. And it's because she came out with Fourth Wing, and then I think it got so big that they're like, "Oh my gosh, there's no way we can do stencil edges." And now that they're taking time with the third one to come out, and that's gonna like Onyx Storm is going to have the third one, but I don't know. I'm enjoying Foxglove, and it's the second child. Yes, the Met is in NYC. Thank you guys. I am so uncultured and like I want to learn and then I feel like I learn stuff and then my brain is like, "Nope, you don't need it anymore." And then I'm like, "No, I wanted that stored in the long-term memory, not short-term." I want to go to the Dow Gardens and the Frederick Meyer. Yes. So I went to the Dow Gardens. Oh shoot, when was that? Was that last year? I went with my girlfriend and did she even have her kid then? Oh my gosh, it was probably a couple years ago, and I really wanted to go to the butterfly garden, but it was closed, it was under construction, which it's open now. Uh, I know what you're talking about. And I really wanted to go to the butterfly garden, but I didn't get to. But when we were at Disney in the spring, it was the Epcot, Food and Flower Festival, which is my favorite. I love their flower festival. They do so much cool stuff with topiaries and everything, but they had a butterfly garden and I was so excited because then I got to go in. If you guys don't know, I like butterflies a lot. I'm sure I have more stuff. I love butterflies. There's a famous one in the UK, Alnwick. Yeah, I think I'm thinking about the one in the UK, but I'm sure there has to be some in the US too. They're probably not as cool. The thing that got me into history was being a teeny me seeing Mulan in theaters, 1998, and someone making the mistake of saying, there's really a place called China with a Great Wall. I always like, that's, like, one of my bucket lists is to go to China and go to the Great Wall, and actually my school, even for being a rural school, we had a teacher who taught Chinese, and they would actually do a study abroad in China. However, they sent her, like, she was a high school teacher, they sent her down to, it was, like, 1st grade or something, and because she ended up teaching my little brother, who's 10 years younger than me, and I always regretted not taking Chinese while I had the chance. I took French, which I did know a little bit of French when I went to Paris, which was really nice. I wish I would have known more, but I only took 1 year of it. I wish I knew more languages, but you guys can already tell how much I struggle speaking English. So, but just to understand it, to be able to like read a little bit and hear and understand it, I would love it because I would love to know Spanish too. I used to work with a bunch of Hispanic workers and I learned a little bit then. My husband, he's not fluent in Spanish, in Spanish, but he can speak a little bit and understand even more. But that he also had, 2 ex-stepmoms that were Hispanic and were able, like, they would speak it when he lived with them. And, there's just, like, I had a friend also who her mom is Japanese, and so she would learn Japanese as well. My sister-in-law is Chinese, and so my brother is learning Chinese, but Chinese is hard, and I would love to learn it, but I know that I would really have to, like, super focus on it and then go on a trip. My also goal is to go to all of the Disneys, so I would love to go to Shanghai Disney. Tokyo Disney is so high on my list. Matt and I have actually been talking about going to Tokyo a ton, but I don't know if I could learn Japanese in time. Maybe this needs to be a new goal. I need to set, like, a deadline, and then we need to save up and go because I wanna go to Tokyo Disney now that they have Fantasy Springs. Oh, it just looks so cool. After that, my toddler After that, my toddler mind was all, "I must know everything about this." I love that. So, I had a 4th grade teacher who her husband was in the military, and they were stationed in Japan for I don't know how many years. So, part of, like, extracurricular that she taught us was all about Japan and Japanese culture, and having, like, one of my friends at that time who was half Japanese was so cool, and I loved it. I loved it so much. Um, oh, that just, like, takes me back because she did so much stuff with us, like, that would add to it, so I totally feel like just learning everything about it. This makes me wanna just, like, binge watch the History Channel right now. My dad was a history teacher, and living on the East Coast, we did a lot of Revolutionary War and Civil War trips in my childhood, so I grew up immersed in it. So I considered myself a big history buff. Oh, well, you need to educate me on all the things. I always thought that was like would be so cool. Matt and I don't have kids. We still go back and forth on like, do we want kids? And I also go back and forth on like, it'd be cool to homeschool or I went to a great public school, they could go back to that public school. But I loved the idea of like, I think I would have loved history so much more had I gotten to see some of these places, especially with the Civil War. In 8th grade, I did get to go to Washington, DC, and go to the Smithsonian and go to all the monuments, and I loved that. I loved it so much, and my husband loves history, and he has never, because he actually lived in Arizona at the time, when he was in 8th grade, so he never got to go on, because I feel like that's a common thing in the Midwest is you get to go on your 8th grade trip to Washington, DC to get all that history, and Matt never got that, and I'm really hoping, like, one of these years, because he gets the winter to, like, early spring off, that, like, maybe one spring we could go to Washington, DC, and I could take him to all these places that he never got to go, and then now me being, like, an adult getting to experience Washington, DC, because it's just, like, I don't know, I get so moved by stuff like that. I got to go to the Anne Frank house in the Netherlands, and also when Matt and I went on our honeymoon in Hawaii, we went to Pearl Harbor, and, like, you just can't put to words, like, the feeling of actually getting to go to some of these places. Going to the Arlington, cemetery made me wanna just, like, bawl my eyes out. Like, I don't know. I'm, like, such an emotional person, but I like feeling, like, that intense emotion. So I loved it. I mean, like, it's not something that's great and happy, but I feel like if you don't learn about history, history repeats itself. I'm totally one of those people. Imagine if Light Pirate is a story about how there's no sun or moon, the only natural light is from some rare thing, and it's like Robin Hood taking light from people who hoard it. Ooh. I love the way your brain works. That's not like, yeah, I didn't know what to expect. Right now, it's about like chaotic weather and some crazy stuff that's happened. And now it's starting to like hint at some more maybe like sci-fi-ish things. And I'm really curious by it. I'm just waiting for someone to sell Assistant to the Villain bookish box edition for a reasonable price. I am crushed that wasn't it wasn't a book everyone could buy. I also don't like when things are so limited and hard to get, especially for people who want them. Or I know I really wanted like the I don't remember who came out with it, but the Bridgerton like complete box set, because I bought the box set off of Amazon and the first book does not match the rest of them. Like it's the same size, but like the style of cover is not the same. But I just also don't have like a couple $100s to drop on a box set of something I already have. And it crushes my soul. So I feel that for you. I'm listening to it. Audible has it. Ugh. I'm trying not to use up my Audible credits. Katie's gonna convince me to uh to get the 2 credits once my free trial is up, because dang, I'm gonna need to hustle more. I stenciled one of my Iron Flames and I love it, but I 100% agree they should release a spray edge edition. I am proud of you for doing that. I just need, I think I would buy like another one and then I could kind of, because like this is the holiday edition of Fourth Wing and then this is the original one. So I might just kind of have 2 of every copy and then do one stencil edge and one the other way, and buy like the cheap, find a super cheap version of Iron Flame and decorate it, you know? Glory and Gettysburg are probably my 2 favorite Civil War movies. The one you mentioned are all good if you're not into battle military movies. I am a bit of a romantic. I like more historical fiction versus historical nonfiction, but I do like knowing the facts. Like I do like knowing the nonfiction stuff and people like portraying that as accurately as they can. Like, you know, like the Titanic. Like I find it really moving when you can find like one story on it. So, or one that's like written really, really well. But I don't know, I haven't tried a lot. You're gonna get me into stuff though, and it's gonna make me excited, and then my husband, I'll be like, "Hey, I found this whole new genre you need to get into." I'm planning to go to Tokyo in March. Oh my gosh, can I come? Do you need someone to go with you? Oh, do you have everything planned on what you're gonna do while you're there? I wanna go so bad. That's so exciting, Yvette. Looks like I sent you a request on Goodreads a while back. Uh, we'll see. How do you so because like, it keeps saying I have requests, and then it doesn't and then, like, nothing shows up. So I'm sorry about that. I also did not use Goodreads until, like, this month. Mostly because I did not understand it. I think I added you now. It's acting really weird. It's because 'cause I'm not hooked up to Wi-Fi. Found your page through the 2024 reading sprint Excel sheets. Nice to meet you. Well, thank you so much, Joanne, for joining. Like I said, I hope that's your name. Yes, I love uh Vanessa and everyone that participates in the Excel sheet. What they do to keep that updated and to bring everyone together is amazing. He lived in Arizona where what was it called? So, Matt's parents were never together, and so when his dad was remarried, he lived in Arizona, and so he would, like, spend, like, half a year in Arizona and then half a year back in Michigan, and then, like, a year or 2 in Arizona and then a year or 2 back in Michigan, so he, like, went back and forth. It's, like, outside of Phoenix, which I know doesn't help. Um, it's Now I'm getting it confused. So he has an aunt and cousins who live out there. Um, and they have a restaurant in Cave Creek, which is I love Cave Creek. Cave Creek is so cool. He also his stepdad has family out in Sedona. But he lived in and then his grandparents uh live in Golden Canyon. Like, his sister lives, in Sedona right now with his grandma, with his stepdad's grandma. Oh my gosh, it was so bad. Matt, to be fair, like, Matt would know where he lived, but Matt doesn't know his, timeline because he would be, like, back and forth, so much. Um, I'm trying to think of, like, maybe Paradise Valley? I'm trying to look up places now and see if any of them make sense to me, but then I don't remember if it's, like, current family or uh, he moved around a lot too when they were there, like, they would live in a house for, like, a year and then move to another house in a year. I'll get back to you. I don't know because scrolling Google Maps, I found a lot of small historical and cultural sites within a one-hour drive. Oh, yeah, see, I feel like there's a lot. You just have to look for it. Like, I found out that there was I think it's a Japanese tea garden that you can go visit too, but then they actually have, like, um, historically accurate or, like, still culturally accurate tea house that you can go to in Saginaw, Michigan, which is not far from me, and I'm like, "We have what in Saginaw?" And I saw it on TikTok. And I was like, I would have never known that this thing even existed, but some people get married there. So like it's just like a park and you can go and like visit there. And I was like, that is so cool. Just be aware early spring is Cherry Blossom Festival. DC is even crazier when they're blooming. Yes, I do know that, but I kind of want to be there for it cuz it's so pretty. But I know that's when it's like really busy. Uh but I think we'll be fine. We go to Disney, we can handle crowds. Um, I know part of me is like, avoid it, and the other part of me is like, but that's when I want to go. Which one is the Joanne? Oh, okay, yeah. I was J with Joanne, R with Rachel. I'm really bad, and then we have Christina. I am trying to learn everybody's name. Sometimes I, like, completely blank, so it is helpful when your name is in your name, but I will learn and do my best as possible. Wait, my brain works? Oh, happy day. Yes, that's how I feel when my brain works, but my mouth cannot. I know it's one of the author tubers I followed shared. Okay. 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 Sorry. I feel that. That's how I feel right now. Author tuber shared. Okay. Well, that's really cool that there's even more, even if it wasn't reads with Dr. B, Vanessa. I'm just really happy that anybody like puts me on the list because I'm really bad about updating. I knew that I was gonna do sprints today, like last weekend, but then I was like, what if this happens and what if that happens? And so then I decided last night, like, oh, I gotta make my thumbnail and let people know. And then I am thankful somebody put it on a spreadsheet. I am not considering buying Matt's secondhand Iron Flame purely to airbrush a design and resell it. Wahaha. But that I mean, like, people would buy it. I was probably the one that Vanessa started. I was just wondering if there was another one. I totally understand. I have no plans yet, but my best friend is half Japanese, so I'm going with her. Oh, that's awesome. Would it be crazy? This probably isn't gonna like the thing, but I was gonna say, what if it was like your best friend was my friend from elementary school? That'd be crazy. That is not I'm 99.9% sure that it is not Erica. But if it was, that'd be cool. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I thought it was Vanessa's too. I did not know there was another spreadsheet. We added readathons to the sprinting spreadsheet now too. I know you were telling me about that when I sprinted last. I just like obviously I can't even read during my own sprints. I just talk. It's it's talking sprints now. It's no longer reading, which at this rate I am not going to get Foxglove done before 5. Yes, I know. We all just are going to bombard you on your trip because that would be epic. Matt would know where he lived. I would hope so. No, you would be surprised at this how much this boy was like, "I don't know when I lived there," because he was telling me something like, "Oh yeah, I did that then and I did that then." I'm like, "No, you didn't." And he was like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "You lived with this person at this time and then you moved in, like then you moved back here and then this happened." And he's like, "Oh yeah." And I'm like, "How do I know your timeline of your life better than you do?" I feel like Paradise Valley was a good area. He lived mostly around, um, Phoenix part, but I don't think he ever lived, like, up by Sedona. That's just where his stepdad's family is. I have yet to be yet to have gone to Sedona myself, but both my sister-in-laws are there right now, and I would love to go there because I know it's really pretty. I loved hiking. Like, okay, so he used to go to, like, Camelback, and I'm trying to think of all of, like, the places to go hiking because I know those were all, like, nearby. But he lived in a bunch of different places. Like, he lived on a cliff at one place, and then he lived in an apartment complex. His dad used to be a plumber out there, and they actually worked on one of the, uh, sports arena places. I don't couldn't tell you which one, but I know he, helped his dad out there sometimes too. Group trip, I would totally 110% go on a group trip to Tokyo. Thank you. Sometimes my brain just goes faster than my mouth, and then sometimes my mouth goes faster than my brain, and rarely do they coincide together. I would just plan accordingly. Yeah, we definitely probably wouldn't go this spring. However, that would probably be somewhat affordable of a trip. We're, like, gonna have to vacation on a budget this year, and it depends on if we're having family Christmas in Arizona or Florida or at all. That'll affect our travel plans, but that is good to know, and thank you for, like, letting me know too that it is very chaotic, and we will decide if we want to be a part of the chaos or not. You're all good. You're it's all good. Yes, group trip, man. I know there's an author tuber spreadsheet with some reading sprints and then the sprinting spreadsheet, which is mostly booktubers reading sprints, but also has writing productivity and crafting sprints. That is good to know. Yeah, and it's so hard because, like, I do a lot of reading sprints and crafting sprints, um, but I have a lot of friends who are, like, aspiring authors, and I think that's cool to have, like, writing and, um, like, productivity or, like, Vanessa used to do, goal planning sprints, and so to me, like, sprints are sprints, but it is nice if you need a specific, like, outline and motivation for certain things. I know this time I even just put sprints because I was like, I don't know, we'll see what kind of sprints I have. And I'm having talking sprints. It's where we talk for 45 minutes and read for 20. Oh, okay. We're going to get into see, you guys like talking just as much as me, and I love it. In other news, speaking of books, I'm currently revising my bakery Rivals to Lovers work in progress project Sugar and Spice set to release this late fall. Oh my gosh, congratulations. That's so exciting. That sounds really cute. That gets worse as you get older, Sam. This is not good. Then you'll lose some words and you don't have to mime them. Hopefully your hubby understands that mine had to learn. Oh, sometimes I used to be really good at vocational things. Like I used to give speeches. I used to not talk with my hands. I used to think before I spoke. I used to not repeat myself 500 million times or say the same words or use run on sentences. And then something happened in my life where I stopped caring. And I'm like, whatever. But I know, like, if I have to re listen to like a video I recorded or something, I get really annoyed at myself when I use the same words. I don't stop and I just keep talking, talking, talking. There are journaling ones too, but I know if you add productivity to the title, it helps the algorithm. I have noticed that. I didn't do it this time because obviously I knew going into this, no one was going to be productive with me today. But I have noticed that. One day I'll be motivational for you guys. Thank you. Going to the self-publishing route as I did with my first book, Culinary Confessions. I feel like I've okay, either you have said that on my sprints before, or I've been on sprints that you also were on, because that Culinary Confession sounds so familiar. Maybe you were on Vanessa's or Katie, like I'd rather be reading. Me because this is all like coming back to me now. I feel like I've been out of the loop on BookTube and everything and AuthorTube and everything so much, but That is super awesome, congratulations, that's such a big deal. Or the 1st week in September. That's coming up real soon, oh my gosh. I love that for you. I can never seem to find the word for that thing you store files in, and I have told hubby to put the clothes in the oven to dry and vacuum the lawn. The way I speak is I tend to mesh words together, or I will take, like, the first letter of the second word and put it onto the first word. I tend to do that a lot. So, I completely understand when you mix things up and you can't find the right word. I remember one time I couldn't remember the word for bleacher, like, "Oh, yeah, they're sitting on the bleachers," and it haunts me because my friends were like, "How did you not remember that word?" And this was, like, in high school, and obviously it it affected me personally because I still remember it. Um, and when I asked my son if he fed his turtle, I asked if he fed his chicken. No idea where that came from. That's awesome. You're motivating for me. I've been missing sprints. I typically get more done when you do sprints. Aw, it's probably because you're like, okay, she finally stopped talking. I need to go work on stuff. Thank you. I'm really want to get character art for this book, so I set up a Ko-fi goal to get donations for me to commission some artwork. That's awesome. Good luck on that. I personally love character art, and I know that it's not cheap to commission artists. So I am hoping you get your goals, and I can't wait to see like your whole story come to life and your characters and everything. That's so awesome. Uh so I'm hoping to reach or surpass the goal soon. Yes, I hope the same for you. I totally understand like hitting that type of goal and like how much that would just even help your book go to the next level. So very, very good luck. I mime the file thingy. I'm like determined to remember what the file thingy is. Now I'm like blanking on the filing cabinet. I was just blanking on filing cabinet. Um, I just blank on words in general. I feel like I know words, and then as soon as I need to speak them, they're gone. Yeah. And then then I'll remember a word, and then I just use it repeatedly, and it's like, "Oh my goodness, there are other words to describe this instead of awesome and so excited." That's my I'm so bad at being like, "I'm so excited." There are other ways to articulate my enthusiasm for things, but it always comes out so excited. I know sometimes my brain blanks on what I'm about to say when I remembered it a few minutes ago. That is me. Yes, that thing, the filing cabinet. So I store fabric in filing cabinets because that's what I was like, I literally have those. Is that what she's talking about? Rolodex? Oh, now you're getting fancy. Look at you with your fancy words, you bet. And then I'm like, what was I gonna say again? Yeah, my brain, I will like have a whole splurge of something I want to say, and then I'll completely blank. File cabinet. I feel that though. It's so frustrating. Then I'm like, I read books all the time. How can my brain not remember these words to use while I talk? And that is something I want to be more mindful of. Whether it's like, back when you're in like AP English and you learned vocabulary and then you had to like use it in essays and stuff, part of me is like, I want to start doing a word of the week, not of the day because I wouldn't use it enough, but like a word of the week to try to grow my vocabulary, even though, like, I know the words, but just to use them more so I'm not consistently saying the same thing. I think that'd be fun. Okay, this is where sometimes my nerding comes out too. Okay, remember AR tests and, like, reading tests after you finished a book? I told my husband I would love it if they made, like, an adult AR test. He looked at me and he's like, "Why would you want that?" And I was like, "So I understand if like, everything made sense to me." Like, you know how sometimes you read a book and then you find out that you actually didn't understand something about it? And he told me I was insane, which was really funny because I have book of the month, and then book of the month, uh, there was one time after I rated a book, because if you rate a book, you can, like, potentially win prizes if you, rate enough of them, and it was like, "What's your review of the book?" And it said something of along the lines of, like, "Now for the pop quiz," and they're like, "Just kidding," and I was like, "I would have actually liked a pop quiz." Matt told me I'm insane. I personally would love not, like, all of them, but, like, even for, like, book club, just to make sure, like, "Oh, yeah, remember the characters? Remember that this happened?" And, like, y'all are gonna not like me anymore, you're gonna be like, "You're weird." Hydration break, because 'cause I've been talking for, like, an hour. Y'all are gonna be like, "No." Ironically, since I'm more comfortable chatting on my phone, I take it with me and I get stuff done most of the time during the stream, not just sprints. That is so smart. I used to be really good at multitasking, and then now it's like if I don't focus all my energy on something, then I get like all over and I'm not very productive or I don't do a good job. I'll be thinking the right word, but my tongue says something completely different, and I have no idea where those words came from. Yeah, and I always loved, like I love psychology, and because I love training animals, and so much of, like, psychology and behaviorism, uh, that we s is tested on animals, and I loved training animals. I was in animal science, so learning anything, like, behaviorally, I find really interesting. And so, like, people talk about, like, the Freudian slip, and I'm like, "No," because subconsciously, you don't mean it subconsciously, but that came from somewhere, you know? But it's not like that's what you actually meant all the time. Sometimes it does, but not all the time. I forget words all the time mid-sentence, it's super frustrating, simple words. I feel you, I am the same. That's why, like, sometimes lives to me, like, they show who you are and you're realistic and raw, but when I do, like, filmed content, sometimes I'm not super nitpicky about like, I would just enjoy it if see, like, there's me, like, my brain starts going somewhere, and then I'm like, "This isn't making sense," and so then I have to rephrase the sentence. So, I like doing edited videos because then I can think about what I'm going to say, but sometimes I still am repetitive, and I don't always edit that out because that's who I am. I don't want people to be like, "Wow, she is so articulate." In her like edited videos, and then in her live she's like unhinged, not making sense, rambling, messing up words, like stumbling and mixing up everything. So sometimes I just want to be realistic on my edited videos. I'm sorry that I keep like knocking. So I when I'm in my comfy chair, you guys are on words on a TV tray. And it's not the sturdiest, but I like it because then it doesn't take up room when I'm not on live stream, but it is not super sturdy, and I keep whacking it. I would love adult AR tests. Thank you. Thank you. I need to do a poll on stories on Instagram because they would be fun. Like you wouldn't you don't lose anything by not doing well on them. But sometimes I know I read books super fast and I'll be like, I didn't really like it. And then it's like, yeah, I'd probably take a AR quiz and get like 70% on it. And be like, yeah, you didn't really listen to the book, did you? It's such a weird thing. I don't know. My husband is like, "You're insane." Also, my husband is super smart. This is like I feel like there's a time and place when you are supposed to meet people, and I met Matt when I was in the summer before my senior year of college. Had I met Matt in high school, we would have not been friends. I was on student council, FFA, I played a bunch of sports. I was on the school board, National Honor Society. Like, I was the perfectionist kid. I was the kid who was going to try to get as many scholarships as possible. I was volunteering for the animal shelter. I was like that type of kid. I didn't go to parties. I didn't do anything that got me into trouble. My husband had like 4 gym classes. He didn't do homework. He would skip school. He would go to parties. He would throw parties. He got into so much trouble all the time. And like he barely graduated. It's not that because he's incapable. He actually went into the Navy right out of high school. So he was like, I don't like whatever. I don't really care too much about school. Like I don't plan on going to school anymore. And then he went right into the Navy. So they're like, yeah, he just has to get his basic curriculum done and then whatever. Have him take wood shop and gym classes the rest of the time. But I I love doing well in school and I loved learning and I hated missing school. And so it's just so funny how like opposites can attract and how different we can be. But I would love AR tests. But now it's kind of funny because my husband is like really strict. Um, like we talk like when it came to like parenting my youngest brother, he was really strict and I was like, "Just whatever. He's a good kid. He goes to school, he does well, whatever." And Matt is so strict. So I know if we ever have kids, it'll be definitely wild because we're just so different. But now I'm so different than what I used to be in high school, except I would still love AR tests. Words are just hard sometimes. Words are hard all the time. Like, literally almost all the time. I guess I'm just as sane as you are. I have found my people. Y'all are crazy like me. Yes. So hard. I like it when books have the discussion questions at the end of it. That's what I'm saying. Just what I'm saying. That's why we have book club because we want to talk about it. We want to understand it more. The fantasy fangirls, the deep dives that they do on Iron Flame, and then now I'm listening to their ACOTAR ones. However, it kills me that I can't listen to their Massverse Madness yet because I haven't finished Throne of Glass or Crescent City. But I love how they, like, understand stuff so much better than I'm even capable of, and I love it. Like, I just wanna learn all of it. Nah, you're not insane. It's good to make sure you actually retain what you read. I mean, does it? Do we need to know? I just, like I forget plots so easily, especially when I was, like, listening to audiobooks. I'm like, "I don't remember what that book was about at all anymore." Um, and so when you're quizzed on it, it kinda just, like, sits in your long-term memory a little bit longer. Plays tiny violin. We're gonna have AR tests, guys. We're gonna have vocabulary. We're gonna get better over here. Symphony of tiny violins over here. Are you still doing sprints? I just saw this. Yeah, so I was gonna go till 5. I've been talking for over an hour straight. I do plan on doing one more though if I ever stop talking. Thanks for joining though. I know I was really bad about updating my sprints. I just let people know yesterday, and so now they just popped up. Do you know how long you are going today? Not sure if you said yet. I think I'm only gonna go till 5 PM EST, so, like, 50 more minutes. So, we should probably jump into our next sprint. I really wanted to finish Foxglove, but I love talking to you guys too much, so we talked a little bit longer. I have to take care of my dogs and everything, and then I do have to work on custom orders, and I planned on filming some stuff today, so we'll see how this goes. My husband is also super smart and didn't do well in school because he knew he was going into military. He went to USMC. That's awesome. I was gonna say thank you for his service if he did serve. Matt, unfortunately, he got all the way through basic training, and then I don't know what comes after basic training. I did tell Matt I'm very thankful that he wasn't still in the military because I have family in the military and I know how extremely hard that is. And so any family that is a military family, I am extremely grateful for the sacrifices your family makes because I know it is not easy. And I told Matt I am not one of those people that can handle that. He has a buddy that's in the army right now and he's moving and it's just, oh my gosh, my heart goes out to them because it has not been easy. And he was in Korea for 6 months and I know how hard it can be. But Matt actually got injured right after basic training and they gave him a medical discharge. He did try to go back. Well, he tried to go so he was in the Navy. He tried to go into the Army, but because of his medical issue, they would not let him go back in the military, which then kind of like set him on a whole like what am I going to do with my life now because that's what he planned on being in the military his whole life. Um so yeah, he got injured and we're just super grateful because we have friends and family in the military and I can only imagine what it's like going through, but I also think Matt didn't do well in school just because he was too smart. Like he would this is where him and I are different. He would like talk back to the teachers on like why do I have to do my homework at school? Like your job is to teach me while I'm here. I shouldn't have to do homework at home. And he would just like discuss and argue and everything. He made valid points. Um but I I could never. We were just different people. Oops. Okay, I need to ask, what is an AR test? I don't think we had those. Okay, it was accelerated reading test. It was just like a multiple choice or true or false questions. Depending on the length of the book, the length of questions there were for the book, and you had them within like your own grade level, and then you would try to read books within your grade level. Um, or I mean, like, as you got older, like, in, like, 5th grade, you couldn't read, like, 2nd grade books because then you would get points. So, like, when you would read, like, the Harry Potter books, some of them are really long, you could get more accelerated reading points. I think that's what it was called, was accelerated reading. Um, but the AR points, if you got so many points in a semester or a year, you would get certain prizes. I know at my school that if you like every semester got so many AR points, you got to go to a Detroit Tigers baseball game as a reward, which was really cool. And then you would just like win prizes and stuff for reading books. But essentially, it was just to like test how well you actually understood the book. And like then you could move up higher to higher grade levels. And then you would get more points for higher grade level books, like the faster you were learning. So I I love being tested. I think it'd be fun. It's kind of like Goodreads. They tell you like, "Oh, have you hit your reading goal?" But also like could you imagine like a social media thing that was like Goodreads, but then you had quizzes and you got so many points? And be like, "Oh, how many points are you at this year?" Not that we need any more stress in our lives and we're allowed to just enjoy things. it would be even fun, like a readathon, to do it that way, to have, like, a test. Because like, people read books for readathons and you can get points, but what if it was, like, you had to take a test to get points, and then that test determined how many points you would get? I mean, I don't have the capability of ever making this, but someone needs to do this because I would love that. I'm reading Belladonna. Ah! Yes, I am trying to finish up Foxglove. I don't know how soon I'll read Wisteria, but I have it and I'm very excited for it. But I am currently in the middle of like 8 books right now, and it's killing me that I have not finished them. And I just was hoping to finish them today, but I've missed you guys so much. So I've been just chatting like crazy. That's a really pretty book, Sam. Yes, I know. Honestly, so many of my books are really pretty and I will forever love them. And I also love the inside. Oh, so good. He did 4 years and then finished his contract in the Army Reserves all before I met him. He got out in 2021. We met 8 years later. Yeah, so that's how Matt was already done. I feel like he would have been a lifer. Him and his best friend both went into the military at the same time, and his buddy is 5 years away from retiring with, like, full pension from the Army, and I think that's what Matt really wanted to do with life, but unfortunately, he had, a knee problem that just never went away, and they're like, "Eh, we don't need you," so he was like, "No, take me." That sounds fun, and no, we did not have that, we just had tests, the reward was your grade, that it is. Yeah, I went to a really great school. I did love my school that I went to growing up. I thought they did a lot of extra stuff for kids, for being in a rural area. It made me wanna read, and my husband can read so much faster than me, and so I always thought that he was, like, just skimming. No, he remembers everything too, and I was like he said, like, when he did AR stuff, he did awesome. But a lot of the times he didn't he wouldn't do stuff just because he didn't want to, uh he just wanted to be a problem is essentially what he wanted to be. He just always had to go against the grain. While I was like, "Nope, I'm going with the grain. We are not stirring up trouble. If I talk during class and I get yelled at, I will not talk for 2 weeks." That is the type of person I was. Same. We had that or the Pizza Hut readathon. I remember that too. Or, our local library would do, like, summer readathon things, and you could get certain prizes for that, but I don't ever remember us actually doing it. I just remember always, like, wanting to do it, but we never did. Phil, my husband, might have been a lifer, but promotions that would make it worth it were not available when it was time to re-up. Yeah, and so much of the military has like changed even since like cuz so I lost a cousin who was in the Air Force when I was in 8th grade and he was only 21 at the time. I lost him while he was serving in Germany, and even, like, how the military is from when he was in it and when Matt was in it, because Matt was in shortly after that, it has changed so much now, um, and it's just yeah, it's hard, but I'm always thankful for anyone who's willing to go into it because you never really know what's going to happen when you get into it, and so even though he wasn't in it a long time, neither was Matt, and I'm so thankful for his service. Okay, guys. Oh, I was like, "What is that?" I'm apparently hitting, like, a tired time. Um, I think I remember something with reading in Pizza Hut, but that might have been with my son. School was different when I went. Yeah, and it's just, like, location and everything was different. I agree, yes. Um, like, Matt doesn't do any, like, veteran, uh Like, you know how, like, if you're a veteran, you can get discounts and stuff, like, he doesn't do any of that, but I still, like, if we go to, like, a baseball game and they're like, if any, like, past or current service members, like, stand up and rise, like, I make sure that he stands up. I was like, "You were willing to do whatever it takes when you went in the military." Um, and so that's how I feel, and I'm very thankful for it. Um, for people that served. Okay, we're gonna do a sprint. Let's do is 20 minutes too short? Let's do 20 minutes, then we can have 20 minutes of talking at the end. And maybe we'll get a little bit of reading done, or if you, like, needed to do something that you've been putting off, now's your time to do it. You have 20 minutes, I know you can do it. Let's hop into this last sprint. Welcome back after that very, very short sprint. I have less than 50 pages now, I think like 48. So I'm gonna finish this tonight for sure. I'm so excited. Something big just happened. um, I'm really excited. Also, so Yvette, if you're still here, I asked Matt where he lived in Arizona, and I just want to say he lived in Cave Creek, Queen Creek, Paradise Valley, Scottsdale, and Awatucky? Awatucky? I don't I don't know how to say it. But anyways, that's 6 places. He lived at 6 different places in Arizona. This is why I don't remember. Queen Creek and Paradise Valley, I feel like was like his 2 main places. He did I also did forget. He worked at a rodeo bar in Cave Creek. He was a bartender where you could actually like ride live bulls at this bar. Which I think is so cool. Apparently it is called Buffalo something, I think. It burned down and then they built like a new one. But I don't know if they still do bull riding there. I don't know. I thought that was the coolest thing ever. I would have totally loved to go there. And the fact that my husband worked there just kind of makes me like googly eyed and dream about all that. Like, I don't think he ever rode a bull. I don't think he was allowed to because he worked there. They're like, no, you're not risking your life doing that. But maybe he did. Matt is an adrenaline junkie, but that makes me so happy knowing he worked at a place like that. But yeah, I appreciate you guys joining me so, so much. I hope you guys had a great day. I will keep you updated on when my next sprints are, but if I don't have any next weekend, I just want to let you know that a week from tomorrow, so not this Sunday, but next Sunday, the Sunday of Labor Day, I will have a fun announcement coming out, and I hope you guys are excited. Um, 73% joy at work. Thank you, Sam. I'm so glad you got farther in your book, Danny. I hope it's helping you get motivated and you're enjoying it. Thank you so much, Christina. I hope you have the best day and the best rest of your weekend. You guys are, oh, I'm so thankful for you guys. Yay, fun announcement. There's actually going to be a couple announcements this week, and I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I can't wait. So there will be lots of fun things happening soon. I'm just can't speak on them yet. I am hopefully working on a couple videos. I promise I'm trying to get better at it. Remember to hydrate and hit the like button. Thank you so much, Christina. Yeah, and I am gonna try to get more into YouTube videos again. I know I say that a lot. I'm really trying to overcome my fear and my personal like fears with it and surpass that so I can hit my goals. Thank you so much, Joanne, for being here. Lots of fun stuff. I can't wait to share. I think I got everything I needed to get done in the basement. Yay! And it was less work than I thought. That is so awesome. That is like the opposite of what happens. I'm like, oh, this will take me a day. It takes me a month. So I'm so proud of you, Beth, for getting that done. I bet that's a huge weight off your shoulders. Now we have to wait. Yes, you have to wait. One announcement should either be, it'll probably be on Monday that I make one announcement. Um, but yeah, next Sunday I have a big announcement. I wouldn't tell you yet because I got to make sure a couple things are finalized and good to go, but yes, yay! Oh, the excitement. I love surprises. I'm so excited. Something I have been planning for months. I have had to keep this a secret for months. And then something else has been something that I have wanted to do for a very long time, and I'm very excited because it's finally going to happen. Is it a test? It might be. It might be. Oh, that is the announcement, right? You figured out the test thing? Yes. I figured out how to make my own test and all that. No, oh my gosh, not even a little bit. However, okay, I will include this in my video. If I remember, for the Dragon Gauntlet, the girl that was standing in line with me for the meet and greet for Fantasy Fangirls, she made a Reddit quiz on which dragon would choose you from Iron Flame. And I was like, "That is so cool." She's a writer, and she's like, "Yeah, I just got, like I deep dove into all of it." I didn't find the quiz yet. I don't go on Reddit a ton, and it's been a chaotic week, but that's something I wanna look into because, like, one of the things they asked at Fantasy Fangirls is like, "What kind of dragon would you have and why?" And she actually made a quiz that was like, "What dragon would choose you based on your characteristics?" And I thought that was so cool. So if you guys haven't read Fourth Wing yet, you need to do it. And then you could also take that quiz from Reddit. It is I need work done for our internet. And I thought we were going to have to put it off until the end of September. Now you can do it. Whoop whoop. Okay. I love you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. And I will see you soon. And I'll see you on Instagram. Bye, guys.